Good morning, everybody. I'm Maggie Foley. Welcome. My role here today is to keep the agenda moving on time to the best of my ability. And we have a pretty packed day, so that's going to be a little bit of a daunting task. But it's packed because we have a lot of good things to discuss today. So I do recognize that it is a full day, so I want to thank you all for making time in your day to be here. I know it takes a lot to clear the decks and join this discussion, but I think it's really important and timely. I want to thank Colonel Jim Baker, Sue Graff, and John Potter for pulling us together today, and the state of Vermont for investing in this discussion in our community. Related to our community, I also want to thank those that served in an advisory capacity leading up to today, and our moderators and panel participants in today's program. So we are going to plan to wrap up at 4 p.m. today. We'll break for lunch around 11:45. If you need to step out for a restroom or phone break, obviously do that at any time, but it would be great, out of respect for the conversation, if we keep our phone use in here as limited as we can. So before we dive into our main agenda, I'd like to introduce a few folks to make a few brief remarks to get us started. And we'll start with the Town of Brattleboro Town Manager, John Potter, followed by Deputy Secretary of AHS, Todd Delos, and Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, Dan Batesy. So come on up, John.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. 1,000 welcomes to all of you. I don't know if the rest of you woke up last night by the thunder and lightning the way I did, but it seemed like there was a lot of energy in the atmosphere and everything was moving around. And I went out for my run, and I was running down a trail, and I started down a hill, and up ahead of me was a big 300-pound bear that kind of took me aback. And as I finished my run, I was thinking, oh, that's kind of a sign. That's something I should pay attention to. So I went and I looked up what the bear symbolized in Abenaki culture, and I just want to read you this. This is not firsthand. This is what I'm learning. In Abenaki culture, the bear's hibernation is the same as returning to the womb, because when the bear goes into a cave, it is the womb of the earth. While the bear is hibernating, he crosses over to the other side, and he learns all the medicines that they need to heal. So the bear is extremely important to Abenaki culture for this reason, and when the bear digs up grubs and roots, they show the medicine people where the healing medicines are. And I felt like that was a symbol. That's what this meeting is today, is we need to find the healing medicines for Brattleboro. So I want to shout out to the Town of Brattleboro Select Board members who are here, Chair Daniel Quip, Vice Chair Liz McLaughlin, Dr. Franz Reichman, Richard Davis, and Peter Case had something come up this morning, but he will be here in the afternoon, so please reach out to them. I've lived all over the country. I've lived in Oregon, Colorado, New York, Massachusetts, and Brattleboro truly is one of the great small communities in this country, and I feel like that I know that firsthand. I'm really grateful today for Jim Baker. I really want to appreciate this effort that he's put together over these past few months. I appreciate that he doesn't have to be here. His insight and compassion for everyone, whether they're frontline staff, whether they're neighbors, family members affected, business owners, or the many people who are suffering in our community and other communities where he's worked in. So really appreciate you, Jim. I'm also grateful to the Governor's Public Safety Enhancement Team for recognizing through the data that Brattleboro is part of the state that could really use some help. And I also appreciate Deputy Secretary Todd Delos, who's here. Todd, Deputy Commissioner Dan Batsey, really appreciate you being here, and Commissioner Chris Winters, thank you very much for coming down to Brattleboro and listening to our story. So I say to everyone else today, let's try to have open minds. We're not all going to agree on a path forward, but I think we need to find one together. And I'd like to see a welcoming spirit that I see throughout Brattleboro on a daily basis, and the kindness that typifies our community. So welcome all here today, and let's have a great conversation.
Thanks, John. Todd Delos, I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Agency of Human Services. I want to thank folks, first and foremost, for their time being here today. Last night I was at a presentation of a pretty powerful documentary at the Latches Theater. I think a number of folks were there as well. And one of the speakers, talked about one of the greatest gifts we have is the gift of our time. And I think looking out of this room, right, it's a Tuesday in the perpetually rainy April, or maybe it's just the perpetually rainy month right now. And seeing folks show up is an incredibly important step towards any community project and any community work. What we try and do with the Public Safety Enhancement Team, and really our goal has been from the outset about 16 or 18 months ago, is to help convene communities, to provide support for those communities, and really engage in a facilitated conversation, not to lead the communities, not to tell the communities, this is how to fix Bennington, this is how to fix Springfield, this is how to fix Brattleboro, but truly to listen to what the communities bring to the table, to listen to the strength and resources that communities have, to determine places where the state can help support, can lean in, can remove barriers and obstacles. But at the end of the day, it's truly in service to the broader community coming together. And I think that's the real purpose of today, is a true opportunity to sit with one another in open honesty. And I appreciate, John, the way you led into this, that real goal of bringing kindness and compassion in conversation as a means of building and enhancing trust. And there's certainly, folks like me wandering down I-89 and 91 from Montpelier. Who am I? I know very little about Brattleboro other than being a kid and coming down to Sam's or walking around town as a young person, kind of amazed. I believe at the time it was a lot more nudity rather than substance use disorder. But I think at the same time, Brattleboro is a striking community for a lot of different reasons. I think the nudity thing still is. But I say all that because I want to highlight that those of us who are, have name tags and titles and things like that, are really here in the spirit of being Vermonters to join in and support the work that this community and lots of communities across Vermont need to undertake. And again, welcoming that work, not only engaging with one another, but truly listening with open curiosity to one another's perspectives. I doubt if we really boiled it down, there would be a tremendous difference between the goals that people want to see for Brattleboro in terms of a vibrant community, a wonderful place to grow old, a place to age at any stage of life, a place to raise children and have good school systems and a community core that really sings, whether it's cows in the streets or otherwise. And what's important in reaching that goal is to really hear one another about how we get there. And so for today, I really encourage us all to listen openly, to be aware of how we are walking into the space, and to really speak with that kind of curious compassion for one another that can enable growth and new ideas to flourish. So I say all that, and I would add to it that our real goal as well is to come up with real solid actions to take. And I know I'm going to get cut off in a second if I go too long. I reform. Yeah, but I'm going to risk it. Chief Burnham's here from Springfield, and I don't need to call him out, but I will. the work that folks in Springfield with Project Action have put together in the last almost 12 months now is a great model, not necessarily to exactly replicate, but to understand some of the fundamental underpinnings of what they've done. And the chief gave us an overview of some of the great work that has happened in Springfield, and I think we'll get a sense of that from him later today. But the broadest themes that I would draw out of his update to the public safety enhancement team: welcoming each other into the work, and not suggesting somebody comes from a law enforcement background or social justice, civil rights background or domestic violence background or public health background, and therefore they're bringing a certain perspective and they only can move in a certain direction. But truly welcoming, listening, and encouraging that engagement, leading with empathy, and also seeking accountability in our work. And I think those themes, to my mind, are incredibly valuable regardless of what we undertake. So as I look out on this tremendous wealth of knowledge and experience for Brattleboro, I'm encouraged by, again, folks showing up, being engaged, and I really hope that today we can all lean in with a sense of interest and a true sense of compassion and curiosity. Thank you. Dan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Batesy. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Public Safety. I don't have a lot to add that hasn't already been spoken in the interest of time. I'll keep it very short. The curse of being the third introducer is that you get to follow the guy with the Abenaki bear sword. I also wasn't aware of the nudity part. If somebody would like to point that out to me later, I'd be appreciative of that. However, I will say that I'm extremely pleased to be here this morning, and on behalf of the Commissioner of Public Safety, I want to express our sincere gratitude for you all taking the time to be here in this spirit of collaboration that's represented this morning. The Commissioner is a 30-year police officer. I'm a 30-year paramedic, and we both understand all too well the difficulties that have to be overcome to end the violence and chaos and encourage the spirit of community. But the experience, that, at least my experience has shown me, is that it's pretty clear that we cannot take the complexity of the human being as a personal affront. And what I mean is that we can't solve addiction, poverty, unhoused challenges, and the myriad other concerns that we're here today to talk about by policing it away or carrying it away in the back of an ambulance. Any effort that we put forward has to start first with compassion. And that's why it's so important that you're here today, right? Because this collective represents such a deep pool of resources and creativity and the closest touch of community, that close touch of the local connections that are so important to the activism that's going to empower any solution that we come up with. I think if we're up to a bunch of state-level blowhards like me, we'll never get anything done. But the power of the public safety enhancement team is found in its ability to help connect you all, to help bring you together, and to help find those collaborative solutions that do work to solve some of the challenges that we'll talk about today. So I wish you all well today. We indeed have a hearty task in front of us, and one that we know will not be accomplished in a single session. Untying the complexity of human beings is an ongoing challenge that requires the deepest pool of innovation and the deepest resource of empathy. Know that the Department of Public Safety and the entire Public Safety Enhancement team wants to be an ongoing partner, wants to be with this process throughout the enormity of it, and will continue to do so as we take these measured steps one at a time. So I'll just say, let's go forward, do great work, in the words of Longfellow, to act each tomorrow finds us farther than we are today. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all for those opening remarks. And now I'd like to welcome Knowles Wentworth from HCRS, who serves as the Brattleboro Police Social Work Liaison.
Thanks, everybody. I might take this out at some point. It looks like it's doable, right? Excellent. Yeah, good to see you all. I'm Knowles Wentworth. I'm the police liaison with not to correct Meg, but it's police liaison, not police social worker, just for clarification purposes. So first off, I'm so glad John referenced the bear story, and the deputy commissioner referenced compassion and empathy, because in my little gig here, in my little gig here, we're going to do a little singing. All right. I'm saying that early on because I'm going to let you work out your freeze state right now. And then, because we'll do that in about 5 or 10 minutes, okay? Because, let's see, Brattleboro has been through a lot. I also want to say that I came to Brattleboro 17 years ago and studied right here at SIT, Conflict Transformation and Peace Building. And this is the first time I've been back in many, many years. So it really does feel good to be back in this hall, particularly discussing something like this. I'm having a hard time with the mic here. Does it seem to be going in and out on your end?
No.
Yeah. I'm going to ditch this and see. Can I be heard okay? Yeah. All right, excellent. I thought so. So, trauma and its impact on Brattleboro. This is a tall order, there's a couple of definitions that I drew that I wanted to use in this context. And actually, they both come nicely in line with some of what Gabor Mate was talking about in the film last night. So the first one is from the Trauma Foundation. And it goes like this. Trauma is an experience, not an event. It is what happens inside of us as a result of what happens to us. It is our response to the event rather than the event itself. Okay, that's from the Trauma Foundation. Now, Gabor Mate, in his film The Wisdom of Trauma, has something shockingly similar. Trauma is not the bad things that happen to us, to you, but what happens inside you as a result of what happens to you. And then I want to go next to a definition of community trauma, okay? Because here we're talking about trauma and the impact of Brattleboro. So this I found from an organization called BU. It's BEU, and it's an organization in Australia that works with mental health and in education. And it goes like this. Community trauma relates to a shared experience that affects a community rather than an individual. It can result, and I want to highlight, it can result, given the first definition I just used, from events that threaten the community members' way of life, their sense of safety, and their functioning. So, I just want to stop for a second. This is the acknowledgement part of the gig. We've been through a lot here in Brattleboro. And I know there's a lot of folks that come from other communities, but I'd be willing to guess that your communities have been through a lot too. But we're here to talk about Brattleboro. So, seen through this lens of community trauma, I just want to talk about how the landscape has changed in the last 5 to 10 years. And in fact, this is an apropos moment for me to point out that at some point today, please note the questions that are on your table and use the stickies and fill out what you note, your experience. You'll read them later. It doesn't have to be done now, of course, but at some point today, write those down and put them on the poster board. We may work with that later, okay? So I just want to acknowledge some things that have changed since I came to town 17 years ago, significantly in the last 5 to 10 years. And this, of course, is changing throughout the United States. So it's nothing new. But naturally, we have this huge unhoused population. We have rampant addiction that is off the charts. We have visible panhandling, and I want to go back to addiction for a second and just note in the film last night, uprooting addiction. Most cases, if not all cases, a trauma history gives birth to this. Okay. We have severe mental health issues. I've been working at HCRS for about 10 years and in various roles. And the folks we're seeing come through the doors pale in comparison to 5 or 10 years ago. And we all know this. We're all working in the field. We have shops on Main Street that are closing. We have increased crime. We have folks both young and old taking their own lives, and we have others taking other people's lives. We all know this, we're all working in the field here. But I just want to acknowledge it because, let's face it, we've been through a lot. And I can feel it in my body as I say that. I say we've been through a lot. I felt my heart sink into my chest a little bit deeper, you know? So here comes the song part, okay? So here's my idea. And I woke up one morning at 4 a.m. with this idea. If you ever have an idea that you wake up with at 4 a.m., you have to do it. You know, my wife has this saying that says, are you brave enough to suck at something? Well, guess what? I'm brave enough to suck. I don't know if this will fall flat. I don't think it will. And that's why I'm doing it. Because I like Brattleboro. I want to stay here. Right? All right, so here's how it goes. And I'll explain this all in detail in a minute. But we'll practice with me for a second. So we'll say as a group, we'll say, hey, no, you won't say Knowles. Don't follow me yet. We'll sing this. We'll say, hey, Knowles. We sing for you, our hearts vibrate a song for you. Okay? That's how it's going to go, right? But here's what we're going to do. I'd love to sing that for every single one of us in this room, and we all need that, frankly. But we don't have time for that. So here's what we're going to do instead. You all have beloved colleagues, loved ones, spouses, partners, etc., that you'd like to sing for, okay? So you're going to sing for 3 different people. You can have those people in mind, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to sing together as a group, but when we say hey, you're all going to say your first name, okay? And you say your first name, and then we're all going to sing the rest together, okay? So yeah, it'll be this jumble of names, but remember, we are all singing for the person that you've identified. That's the beauty of this, right? So, do we understand how this is going to work? Raise your hand if you're not following along. We got this? All right. So, I'm not going to use the mic. I picked 3 people last night that I wanted to sing for. And on that note of wanting to sing this to each of you, I sang this to my son last night. This is a beautiful little song, you know. I would encourage you to go home, sing it to your kids, sing it to your spouse. You know, it can touch you deeply. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. So we'll say hey together. Then you'll say your name, okay? Not your name, but the name you've chosen at least 3, okay? Yeah. And then we'll do the rest together. Do you have the verse? So it's hey, don't sing yet. It's hey in the person. We sing for you. Our hearts vibrate a song for you. We got this? All right. Ready? So I want to encourage you, lastly, to sing from your heart. Okay? Allow this little song, and believe me, if you don't think I was scared shitless doing it in front of my police officer buddies, but yeah, let it soften your heart, because as you heal in community, that's what it takes. You have to soften that place inside you, right? Okay, so here we go. You got your person, I got mine. Ready? Here we go. Hey, together, we sing for you. Our hearts vibrate a song for you. Beautiful. We can do that a little louder, though, I think. Okay? Let's try this again with our second name. Okay? Hey, we sing for you. Our hearts vibrate a song for you. Beautiful. Take a deep breath into that. I'm doing that for me, mostly. Okay, we got our third. Let's see if we can do it a little bit louder, though, guys. Okay. All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey, we sing for you. Our hearts vibrate a song for you. That was was much better. Nice job, guys. Give yourself a little A few more things I wanted to cover. One is this idea of co-regulation. You know, it's a term from psychology, but I'm using it in its context to somatic work, okay? I'm really interested in somatic work these days. I find it to be, this focus on somatics and trauma is just really, really important. And if you don't know much about somatics, go look into it. I was really psyched they referenced Gabor Mate last night because, you know, his work is much in line with this stuff as well. Co-regulation, really, if we imagine that much of our community, in fact, many people in this room, because I don't pathologize folks with trauma, and I don't pathologize anyone who is stuck in a freeze or fight or flight response, you know. There might be 25 people in this room that are experiencing that right now, you know, and that's no joke. And so, you know, you're going to be out in the community because we're all out there doing this work together, and you might run into someone who you know is not necessarily regulated. I run into it all the time in my role as police liaison. Most of the time, I stay fairly regulated. And there are times when I'm not regulated and I'm with someone who's very dysregulated. I was just out with Officer Washburn the other day, and I was trying to support this woman who was really wild. And I was finding myself getting really activated. And I took a second with her, and I kind of, you know, I got down like this, and I said, can we take 3 breaths together? You know, I said that because I needed it. You know, naturally it helped her too, you know. But I find that this co-regulation idea is one way in which we can support each other in community. Because, you know, we are seeing a lot of this, a lot of folks who are stuck in various trauma responses. And again, not pathologizing it, it's just, there's a lot of folks in our community that are there, you know. So this whole co-regulation bit, to say a little more about it, we autonomically mirror the states of others, okay? So in other words, if I'm quite regulated and I'm hanging out beside Justin who's not, then I'm going to help Justin kind of come back online, you know? The same goes for when I feel dysregulated and I sit down beside Star at the library, you know, her regulation may pull me in, okay? And that's the beauty of this. And I just want to note that and highlight that as something we can do for one another in the community. The other thing I wanted to mention was, you know, and it was referenced up and down yesterday in both the film and with Daryl and Hope, this idea of connection. This is nothing new to anybody. Connection is key. I'd like to take it a step further. I'd like to, you know, well, before I take it a step further, yeah, I think it was Hope that referenced last night that, yeah, I would love to see us put the phones down. I would love to see people's eyes again. Now, I recognize that, you know, some folks don't feel comfortable or safe making eye contact. And so I want to honor that, okay? I can get lost sometimes in my male privilege, etc. But I do think there are ways in which we can connect with folks or walk in such a way that we're an invitation to others. Nothing really annoys me more, frankly, than being in the co-op and no one looking at me. That really bugs me, you know? If I take a real kind look at it, it's like, you know, people are walking around in their own isolation. People are walking around in some fear, you know? So when I really put a kind spin on it, it's like, hey, I can make eye contact with folks in the co-op. I can greet them. They may or may not look at me, but I'm going to be looking at them. I did this with Carly just the other day in the co-op, you know? I love to see you guys in the co-op. I really do. And here's the step I want to take further. Wouldn't it be crazy if people came up from Connecticut or New York or Mass, and they said things like, hey, that town of Brattleboro, they do this weird thing. And my idea is this, that what if, and again, this is harebrained, and maybe it's hokey, but what if I saw Justin in the co-op, for example, And I said, Justin, I see you. And Justin looked at me and said, hey, Knowles, I see you too. You know what I mean? What if something just as simple as that? What if it's Vicky? So I see Vicky in the co-op. Hi, Vicky, I see you. And she says, hi, Knowles, I see you. You know, maybe that's hokey, but you know what? What if that caught on here in Brattleboro? You know, seriously, what if we were walking around? You know, I don't know about this 100th monkey theory, but there's almost 100 of us in the room here. And frankly, if there's any validity to that, then we could really make some profound change. If all of us in this room went back to our communities or here in Brattleboro and basically started doing things like that, saying, hey, Star, I see you. And Star said, hey, Knowles, I see you. You know, I think that would be kind of profound. Again, hey, thank you, because, you know, after being on the crisis team for 10 years, I can guarantee you something. There's probably 10 to 100 people right now in this moment who are thinking about taking their lives. They really are. They truly are. That is not a joke. You know, there may be more than that. I may be underestimated. They may not do it today or tomorrow, but they're thinking about it, you know? And if we walk around and have a policy, and have a person, not a policy. if we had a way of operating, this is our MO in Brattleboro, where I saw Libby in the co-op and said, hey, Libby, I see you. And she said, hey, Knowles, I see you. You know what? Yeah, thank you, Libby. That's what I'm talking about. That basically, we really could, if we were seeing these people, if they were on the verge of ending their lives, we might be able to take a turn there. We really could. That may have a profound impact. Hope and Daryl referenced it last night. They remember those couple of things that were said to them. And so, I know that I've done that with some people. I just had someone come up to me the other day from Woodside. He said, and I don't even remember this kid, but this was 10 years ago. He said, I remember a speech you gave at Woodside, and I never forgot it. That hit me right there. That's powerful. I don't even remember what I said 10 years ago at Woodside. but it had an impact on him, okay? So let's consider that. Thanks for allowing me to emote a bit in your presence. I think that's all I had. I want to bring this spirit of seeing each other and being with each other and all the stuff that's already been referenced, this community, this connection, this empathy and compassion. Let's keep that throughout this day, and let's continue to see one another. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Knowles. And now I'd like to introduce the lovely Chloe Leary, Executive Director of Winston Prouty. And she's going to moderate a panel for us. And her panelists can also come up, which I think are Sue, Libby, Becky, and John. Thanks. They're reflected in the panel, sorry. Headquarters. I am really inspired to be here today. Knowles, thank you so much for that. So it's lovely to see all of you, and I look forward to seeing you in the community and saying good to see you. So thank you. So welcome to this panel about collaboration, connection, community. As Maggie said, I'm Chloe Leary. I'm the Executive Director of the Prouty Center, and I'm really happy to be moderating this panel because what I know is that our most challenging issues are not going to be solved by any one agency or any one person or the select board or the town manager. It is all of us working together. We have got to work together if we're going to get traction on our most challenging issues. So in the spirit of that, it's great to be part of this panel. I'm going to introduce folks. I also just want to say that I'm happy that we're starting out with what's positive. There's a framework called appreciative inquiry. I don't know if some of you have heard of it, but essentially it says when we focus on the challenges, we recreate the challenges. And when we focus on what's positive, we actually have a better chance of recreating what works and building on that. So in the spirit of appreciative inquiry, I'd like to welcome our panelists. So I know their names are on the agenda, but Becky Burns is the Director of Community Initiatives at Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, as well as the Blueprint Manager, so welcome. Sue Graff is the
Field Services Director for the Agency of Human Services for Brattleboro and Springfield, so does a lot of connecting also. John Potter, we've already heard from, Town Manager, and Libby Bennett, the Executive Director of Groundwork. So welcome to you all. And I'm hoping, I have some sort of prompts and questions, but I'm hoping that we can just sort of chat and see where it takes us. So let's start, actually I'm gonna start with the fact that there are a lot of acronyms on the agenda of what these folks are doing, which is not always the most welcoming thing. But let's start with sort of the example of cross-community collaboration that you're working on right now. And what are some of the critical elements that you see that are making it work? And you can pick any sort of describe what it is and share what are some of the elements that are making it work. So, Becky, I'm going to start with you if that's okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to?
Oh, sorry.
Can you turn this on? No, thank you.
Well, I can raise it. Yeah.
I'm great. I'm already in mood. Well, okay. I think, did that work? No. How about now? No. I'm just gonna turn it off. Does everybody hear me? Yes. No. I've got some
Those two mics, I guess you have to hold really close and speak really loudly still, they said.
How about now?
That's better.
That's better? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So I'm Becky Burns. I am the Director of Community Initiatives at BMH, as Chloe stated. And I would say an area of collaboration, and again, the acronyms on the page are hard to understand, but we have a lot of collaboration in this community. And we also have a lot of coordination in this community. And I would say, we have an Accountable Communities for Health, which is a community-wide collaboration on health initiatives. We have lots of collaborations with our organizations to do things like embed positions from various organizations into other organizations. So for instance, we have social workers, mental health support folks, and family support workers who are embedded in primary care. And we do that by partnering with organizations. So we partner with the retreat, we partner with HCRS, we partner with CIS to bring their specialty into the place where folks receive care. It's a way to, I would say, connect with people in a very different way and bring the services to them. We have recovery coaches embedded in the emergency department. We do a lot of collaboration in this community. And so I do think collaboration is the key to success in this community, to meeting the needs for folks in this community. And we need each other to do it because we all have a specialty and we can't do it alone.
So Becky, one of the things I hear you saying specifically around not staying in silos, so embedding, so people being willing to sort of go outside of what's my box and how can we work together and partner to embed a social worker or a mental health clinician in places that not necessarily, we wouldn't necessarily think to do that. Great, that seems like a outside the box embedding positions is a good strategy. Sue, do you want to touch on anything that you think is in the collaborative work you see that feels like a critical element for success?
Sure. Is that working? Very soon. Yeah. Okay. So I'll say it more plainly, I think showing up is most of what makes it work. So those embedded positions are amazing. There's obviously coordination and funding involved with that, but in the convening that I am a part of, and I'm part of a lot of collaborations and a lot of communication, you all get 1,000 emails from me roughly a week. I err on the side of sharing information. That's not the whole thing. Information alone doesn't, all the behavioral health folks in the room will know, information alone doesn't change behavior. But I, at the very least, want to share what I know or what comes across my desk. In the hopes that it will be helpful to others. And I think in the convening and the facilitating of those conversations, there's real power there. So I'm always appreciative. It's really nerve-wracking to sit here in front of you all. But it's nerve-wracking to show up. It's nerve-wracking to put yourself out there. It's nerve-wracking to be vulnerable. So I really appreciate those. I hid in the lobby during the song. I'm not sort of showing my vulnerability side. But the way that I show up is by continuing to believe in the power of those convenings and those conversations and the fact that we're more powerful together. So all the cliches. But I am somebody who's willing to set a table, invite some people, show up when other people invite me, and being willing to listen. So I am from New Jersey originally. I talk a lot. I try to watch that. That I understand that I'm prone to that. But I'm also willing to start a conversation or be the first to say something in order to facilitate other people having some space. So I think in terms of collaboration and some of that coordination pieces is inviting people into something and being willing to listen to those willing participants and shape together what is possible. That's what this day is all about. And I think we do that. The Accountable Communities for Health is something that Becky and I co-convene. We have a leadership team that's part of that group. Chloe's on that group. It's a cross-sector team. It includes groundworks, it includes Women's Empowerment, it's a lifespan group. It includes senior solutions. It's really meant to look at how are we working across the lifespan together to improve outcomes for people. And we did a really intentional crosswalk when we were forming that group years ago around what are the key partners and collaborations. Let's make sure we have somebody from the Hunger Council. Let's make sure we have somebody from the Housing Coalition. Let's make sure we've got pieces of the puzzle all in one room. And now that group, which is 60, 80 people strong in terms of a full team of partners across the health and human service sector, come together every quarter to learn together, to find out information together, to share information about what's going on in the community. We probably need more of that. I'm all for more meetings. I think I'm the only person who would say that, but what I hear after those meetings is I get anxious every time we meet, like, oh, no one's gonna show up, no one cares. When 40 people show up and say afterwards, a couple say afterwards, that was really helpful to me, thank you. That's all I need, is like one person to get something out of whatever conversation we're having. So that feedback loop is important and helps fuel, what's possible. If we're all sort of, in our corners doing our thing, we don't know what impact we have on each other. We don't know what's possible together. So I just encourage us to keep how you can and in the ways that you can keep showing up in whatever conversation you're invited to. Or if you want to have a different conversation, start it and invite some of us if you want to. I'm sure we would show up for you. So thank you.
Yeah, I think you're pointing out something also that's part of collaboration is it's not always somebody's job to convene, right? This is sitting on top of our job sometimes. And so collaboration, somebody pointed out, has the word labor in the middle of it. Like, it's hard work. And so just showing up, even if just showing up is all you can do, I think that's really valuable, and then building on and energizing each other and being invited and figuring out who's the coalition of the willing who have some energy to put into the work. So. John, what about you? Especially being a little newer to our community, because I would agree, Brattleboro is sort of seen as a place that's really collaborative. Yeah. So I'm curious what you're seeing as critical elements of success.
Well, thanks, Chloe. Yeah, when I came here, I saw the great collaboration in Project CARE, which we're going to hear a little bit more about later on. So I saw there was good stuff happening in the drug addiction, drug treatment space. So I didn't put any attention or energy into that right away, but I joined. Then I got invited to group up with this effort that Emily Kornheiser had put together to talk about mental illness and kind of how that was affecting our community. And so that was with HCRS. And Libby, your predecessor at Groundworks, Josh, and Peter Elwell also was in those meetings, and Liz McLaughlin came to some of those, and those were a really good place where the town, HCRS, and Groundworks were starting to talk together about what can we do to work on mental health in our town in ways that could maybe translate over to legislative action or some actions within the community. Those kind of waned towards the end of last year, and I hope that they somehow get picked up again. The other thing, when I first came here, people were showing up at select board meetings really concerned about crime in the downtown, and a lot of businesses were getting broken into. People were scared. People were really, they felt terrible about what they were seeing in the downtown, not what they were used to seeing in Brattleboro. And so we got into a conversation with the Cape Justice of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, Greg Lesh of the Chamber of Commerce, and we started to say, hey, what would it take to help folks in the business community understand that things are being done, that people are working together and trying to improve things in our town. And so we started meeting like every other week and have been doing it now for almost a year. And the key ingredients there are that the police chief, Norma Hardy, and Assistant Police Chief Jeremy Evans, and our fire chief, Lynn Howard, show up to those meetings every other week. And Groundworks is there, and Youth Services is there often, and the business representatives. And that has been just a really informal, good collaboration where we're all just talking about, like, well, did you see that person who was in crisis last weekend? And the police talk about how they addressed it. And it's just a really good learning experience. I hope it's helpful for the business community to understand that we are working on these things and we're trying to make progress. And then the last one that I'll talk about is the homelessness issue. So last spring, Sue and I and Becky and a few others sort of saw that there was the threat of the motel program ending last spring, again, which I think had even happened before that. But we were like, well, what are we going to do if 200 people are all of a sudden released from the motels, and where are they going to go, and what are we going to do in Brattleboro? So that was a really good group that's come together and now meets monthly at least, and oftentimes every other week. And as Sue was saying, it's a great place where, and pretty much anyone is welcome to that, and if they're concerned about homelessness and how we're addressing it in the community. And such a powerful group. I mean, we do those meetings with starting off with a situational awareness. What are we seeing in the GA program? What are the numbers looking like? Groundworks talks about what they're seeing in terms of homelessness. And Carol Lalott, the Rec and Parks Director, talks about what she's seeing. Star Matronica, the Library Director, talks about what she's seeing. These are just really good conversations, and I feel like we're sort of just established relationships even after a year, and now we're ready to move on to like rolling up our sleeves and really getting some work done. So that's just a few of the collaborations that I've been associated with, and really shout out to Brattleboro for joining in on this.
Thanks, John. And I think it would be good to circle back to the CHST, I believe is the acronym on that. So that's the Community Housing Homelessness Strategy Team.
Not to be confused with the Housing Coalition.
But I think, John, you touched on some of the elements of that I'd like to circle back to and have the group talk more, dig into a little bit how that can be, why it's working, what's happening. But some of the things I heard you say that strike me are, how do you know who the right people are to have at the table? So if there's a coalition of the willing, people sort of come together around something. But sometimes I think we find ourselves saying, is there somebody missing, and who? And we think it's either somebody who needs to be in a certain position, well, somebody from HCR is better to be there. I think we think in boxes, but we can also think sort of who else could be here who has energy and might have something to offer, whether, again, the library, I think, is a great example of thinking outside of the box and figuring out who might be part of that coalition of the willing. Libby, what are you, in your observation of collaborative work, because Groundworks does a lot of collaborative work, what are some of the elements of success that you see?
Well, can you hear me? Okay. So collaboration it's in our name, right? When we merged two agencies in 2015, we knew that was deeply rooted in who we are as an agency. And it has reflected in partnerships that we've had since well before that merger. So many of our programs, we know that we have a certain sort of locus of control at Groundworks about what we can and cannot achieve in the community without partners. And so we're always looking to bring the right people to the table to try to achieve sort of the progress that we need to see made. So we have, Maggie Foley and I wrote the first HealthWorks grant in, I think, 2014, and here we are a decade later with the first ACT team in the state of Vermont. So the HealthWorks ACT team, and I think it's one of the acronyms that you see on here, and maybe Becky can also speak more to it. But we have brought together the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, the Brattleboro Retreat, HCRS, and Groundworks over the years, and it started with bringing a clinician directly to Morningside Shelter in 2014 to do informal and formal psychotherapy support for residents of the shelter. And over time, we've added nurse practitioners and RNs from Brattleboro Memorial Hospital and licensed alcohol and drug counselors from HCRS. And over the pandemic, it was found that we needed more support. We were suddenly serving 3 times as many people in shelter and housing services than we had been in 2019. And we needed a lot more support in terms of how we could support people. So we added psychiatric nurse practitioner and another nurse practitioner to the team. And from there, we learned that we still could use a higher threshold of care for folks who were using our services, but there were a number of issues that were more acute than we could handle in our informal teams. And so the work began to research what it would be like to have an assertive community treatment team, which is a model that's evidence-based. I think started probably in about the 1970s around providing essentially an inpatient level of care, but to people who are living in the community and even on an outreach or street level basis. And so we set up the first ACT team in the state of Vermont. It's a model that's been used successfully in many places in the country, but has never been done in Vermont before. And so that's a major undertaking for these 4 organizations coming together to form their own LLC, using a number of federal funding sources to try to keep that going. And then eventually be able to prove the efficacy of the model to the Green Mountain Care Board and be able to unlock the Medicaid billing codes in the state of Vermont. So trudging along on that, really making progress there. And feeling like the collaboration is, again, we can't do any of that on our own. Groundworks alone cannot provide those services for the people that we serve. We also, I saw Elizabeth, we have permanent supportive housing partnerships with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, where the Housing Trust owns both the Great River Terrace and the Chalet, which are 22 and 27 or doing 30 units, respectively, of permanent housing for people exiting homelessness, where Groundworks provides services directly on site, case management, community services. And the idea is we're offering additional support to people who maybe who have been without housing the longest, so specifically people who are exiting chronic homelessness. Again, we can't do that on our own. There's a conflict in Groundworks being both the case manager, helping people in their housing, and the potential that somebody might have a lease violation and be asked to leave the housing. And so that's a dance that we do together as opposed to singularly. And then we have a program, Connection Works with HCRS and Interaction. I'm looking at you, Mel. If you don't know, Youth Services has just changed their name to Interaction, Youth Services, and Restorative Justice. Am I right? Okay. So we do that work together, focusing around restorative practices and harm reduction. And again, these are services that we wouldn't be able to necessarily provide as Groundworks alone. So I think, I'm relatively new in this particular position, and so I'm relatively new at a number of these tables that have been ongoing in the community for some time. But I think that what I already see is that communication is really key. It's all of the things that we've heard this morning around staying curious and being vulnerable and being able to hear each other's perspectives. I think that there's this, we might, each of us might, we know how to solve this problem. We're going to coordinate and we're going to say, okay, Youth Services, you're going to do this part and you're going to do this part, DMH. But we can't do that. We have to work together and we have to all be able to realize that we're working under our own mission statements, that we all have our own philosophies of care, and we really need to stay open, offer each other that feedback, and really, these are problems that were not formed overnight. This is problems that are decades in the making, and that we need to stay really tenacious in the work. So even if we're in a group that's, it is not performing, or maybe there's even some storming going on, we need to stay with it, and we're not going to solve the problem without each other.
Thank you. That's really, you said a lot in there. I think that lots of threads of, and as I was watching you talk, I think I've often heard people say, oh, if it's a housing or homelessness problem, Groundworks has it, right? And so and you've said and been very clear, if there are gaps in the community, you could have easily been like, oh, we'll hire clinicians, or we'll just keep doing it ourselves. We can't do it ourselves. So who are our partners who can help us? And it's not easy, and persistence and tenaciousness or tenacity, whichever one, are really important. It's easy to get frustrated and want to give up, and that's not going to help us get anywhere. So I'm hoping that everybody, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with some of those collaborations. I'm wondering if you heard something new. Also, I didn't know there was a HealthWorks or an ACT team, or so I think that communication piece and just sharing information with each other about what is happening is something critical to do. How do you know if you want to be in a coalition of the willing if you don't know who's working on the issue? So I think that's something we can talk about. What is happening, and how do we let each other know and keep inviting each other? So let's talk a little bit about the community homelessness strategy team. So John, I think you were talking about how that came to be. It's been a year. So this spring, recognizing that the motel program might be coming to an end, sort of that we could have pointed fingers and said somebody's got to solve this problem for us, but it sounds like there was some energy around pulling people together. So this, and all of you, I know, I'm not sure if you've been so much part of, you're on it now, but where did the energy for that start? So what was the genesis of that? Where did that, and John, you don't have to be the only answer, but.
Yes, but and Sue would have a perspective on that, but I would say it started with Groundworks pause. We saw when Groundworks put their operations on pause last year, and the whole community, Kat and Gra put together kind of helped lead a team on responding to that and making sure that services continued in the community while Groundworks figured out why they processed the death of their colleague and what they were going to do with their operations. And we all saw just how amazing that effort was, and realized there was bigger issues than just Groundworks can handle in the community around homelessness, and that we need to be communicating more about what the whole community can do on that issue.
Yeah, I think unfortunately we had crisis and disaster practice. So I think a big piece of it absolutely was Groundworks, that model. We also drew from the Long-Term Recovery Committee work after Tropical Storm Irene. So how do you bring sort of, again, cross-sector partners together to put their heads together, form quickly, get up to speed on something that's kind of coming at you, and you don't have any control over it, and figure out something together. And so the long-term recovery model, long-term recovery group model is something I drew from, and we sort of put the pieces together and just put some structure on it. I think that's kind of, again, an undersold property of some of these things. I'm big on just we gotta put some structure around it. We gotta put some pen to paper. I gotta write things down and kind of make some sense out of how we're organized. And it doesn't have to be super formal, but I feel the need to, share kind of how are we formed, and whose kind of roles and responsibilities ultimately is this, and how are we going to share this responsibility? And so, yes, that came together relatively quickly, and was really a new set of partners, which was incredible. From the early part of that group, that we also had people with lived experience of homelessness and being unhoused in the community that brought obviously amazing perspective. We're willing. I can't ignore the cliche. I think it's a Drucker quote that collaboration works at the speed of trust, and so we can have good intentions around anything that we want to do in this community, but we're not actually going to get anything done together if we don't trust each other on some level. And it can grow, it can change, it can be. That trust obviously needs to be worked on, but the presumption that by calling a meeting, that means you're going to be able to hit go and hit the gas, I've never seen that work, even though I keep trying over and over again. So remembering that we have to take time to build that, and we're impatient. We want to get something done. We want to, we've got the doers, we've got the process people. I can switch gears, which is helpful, but acknowledging and remembering that, right, we can have a good intention, we can want to do something together, but if we don't really understand each other or trust that we're all kind of moving in the same direction, that's going to get in our way. And there are ways to sort of manage that. So I think, we had some good facilitation, we had some shared, kind of leadership model. We kind of held the space, but we didn't own the work. And so it was a responsibility, and we definitely had some new and different partners that weren't necessarily a part of the existing housing coalition or the existing housing services team. And then ultimately that ad hoc group formalized enough that we became a committee, essentially a work group of the housing coalition. So there is now a little bit of formality where we have an accountability to a larger team of partners where we're checking in and we're informing a larger body about what that team is doing around the issue of homelessness. And the results of some of that are, we have a family shelter on the Prouty campus, really as a bit of a direct result of that. We've done some work around other sheltering initiatives that came out of the conversations in that room. So there have been some products of that, both tangible and less tangible.
So a question about that, sometimes I think we wonder who has the authority to take action. So I think some people don't step up, or if there's like a spark, it's sort of like, well, it's not my responsibility, or I'm not allowed to do that. So I'm curious, where did the sense of authority, not in an authoritative way, but where was that kernel of like the willingness to step forward? Where do you think that came from?
Looking at each other. I appreciated John in his relatively new town manager role saying, let's do this thing. This is something that's coming at us. And wanting and being curious, because I think also there's a lot of misunderstanding about the Winters, the DCF Commissioner, the Department for Children and Families Emergency Housing Program, the hotel program, if you will. There's a lot of misunderstanding about it, and so, and there's a lot of legitimate concern about it. So it's all of that is true, and we had to create a space where it was okay to ask questions and to wonder about it, and so. I think, I appreciate that John, as the town manager, was willing to sort of, ask, like, can we put this together, and who do we need at the table? And then we pulled, as questions came up, and having the fire department there, having the law enforcement there, having, social and human service and health partners there. it enriches the conversation, but I think we just sort of, because of the people we are, we're like, okay, we can do this thing, sure. And again, we've had a little bit of the practice from the groundwork situation where it felt like, okay, this community can do this, we can respond in this way. So we had a little practice.
Yeah, I think just listening to all of you talk, how being curious and learning from one another, and how we take those lessons and then apply them going forward, which again I think is part of the beauty of this panel. Like, what are we learning? What are we seeing that's working that we can apply going forward? I'm curious in terms of the. So you said something about how crisis is a driver sometimes of us coming together. I'm curious if you have any examples of when it's not a crisis, when it's do we have anything happening right now that's about being proactive? This is a totally off-the-cuff question, but can you think of any, because I think that's an interesting, like, when we're in crisis, where it's like, oh, we have to act. So I'm curious, how can we leverage our, whether it's just who we are, to be sort of thinking more proactively. And if there isn't one, maybe it's just something for the parking lot or the bike rack or whatever.
Okay, I have one Chloe here. I know. So another collaboration I've been a part of is one that Chloe's pulled together.
This is not a plant.
I know, but it came to mind as you asked that question, and that's something that Sue and I and Maggie and a few others have been a part of, and it's been a really good, not a crisis thing, but like how do we situate the community in a way to tackle big problems as we move forward, and that's that kind of, I don't feel like that is crisis. I mean, it's crisis driven in a way, but it's also trying to be strategic, and I think that's the element that you're looking at.
Other places or spaces people have seen that happening?
I know I said too much, but the accountable communities for health, I believe, because it's so rooted in the social determinants of health, and sort of we looked at some data around mental health. So it's driven by concern and by some data that was disconcerting about our community. But fundamentally, we want to, again, bridge the health and human service side and understand each other and speak the same language and be able to rely on each other appropriately, when we need each other. And so that's really been proactive about understanding that we are going to keep bumping up against each other if we don't start to dig into understanding each other's language and what we're talking about and how we can use each other's resources. So I think there's a lot of good strategic kind of proactive thinking in the community. The Housing Coalition being another example. I know I keep bringing up Hunger Council, kind of looking at where are the places and spaces where we can build on some success. So, the summer food program of the Hunger Council, for instance, like let's make sure at the very least we've got kids getting free meals for the summer, and again, it's a program that exists. We could sort of let it continue happening and just the way it's always happened, or we can think about, wow, what's, the changes to the child tax credit and all these other things, or our COVID money is sort of going away. How can we anticipate the impact that that's going to have on families, and so what might we do about that, and so thinking about where are the places where these impacts are going to be felt, and then is there something we can do to anticipate those and broaden our scope of support. I think there's a lot of that thinking across our community and our sectors for sure.
So sort of using what already exists and how can we leverage that and not recreate something new or create something new. Yeah, Becky.
I would say another area where we think about being proactive is in primary care. With the Blueprint expanded funding, we're able to do more screenings. So screening for people coming into primary care to find out where they're at. And they have a brief intervention with a mental health support so it doesn't exacerbate 5 years down the road and cause a bigger problem. Can we find somebody who has maybe some concerning drinking or substance use and intervene sooner? And that is where I think proactively we can really start making a difference. When we are able to screen and we have folks who can address those screenings right at that moment is really, really helpful, and I think really a pivotal point when trying to think a little bit more upstream. So that is really one of the proactive ways, especially in pediatrics. with embedding somebody from CIS into the Brattleboro primary care pediatrics practice, we're really looking at how can we intervene earlier even with this young family. And screening in 4 Seasons OBGYN practice. How can we screen now when somebody is first pregnant, right? How can we intervene there and really start thinking about some upstream interventions? And it has proven to be very successful. So that is one area where I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's a great example. And actually, I'm hearing in all of this a little bit. So you even referenced data. Like, what is the information? So I think data can be a little bit like, data-driven decision-making can sound so intimidating, but I don't think it has to be. I think it really can be. What do we know about our community? It could be anecdotal or numbers, because we know a lot about our community. And then how can we take action on that and prioritize what we want to do? We are a little bit ahead of schedule.
Can we take just a few questions?
Sure.
And then we'll wrap up a little early?
I have one more question for our panelists,
Okay.
and then I'll open it up.
Okay, and then we can take a little break and
Let's
see
take a
a
break.
little early.
Because coffee.
Yeah.
My last question is, what do you think the difference is between collaboration versus coordination? And you don't have to have a brilliant answer.
I was trying to say earlier, like, it would be nice sometimes we think, like, if everybody could just get in line and do what I think they should do, then, we can really make some progress here. But it's really about sort of holding space for each other and hearing each other's perspectives, and that's how we work collaboratively versus, like, anyone giving directives.
I think about an incident command situation. So during COVID, obviously the hospitals went into incident command, and when we had the tragic death of one of our colleagues, we went into an incident command situation that Dr. McGraw put together. And it works short term. It works to address a specific problem. It works to really get the results and get them quickly. It is by far one of my favorite ways to operate as a nurse. Like, you have command, you have hierarchy, you do what you do, and you move on. But it's not sustainable. It doesn't build that trust. It doesn't build that shared vision necessarily, and it doesn't bode well for creativity. And so I do think there is a place for coordination, but I also think there is a greater place when we're addressing really these social needs that collaboration is what we need to be doing.
You're looking at me. I can't help myself. I have to say
So coordination is the structure and collaboration is the spirit. Yeah.
Great. Thank you all so much. Any questions out there about acronyms or efforts or what's happening in the community? Yeah, Kurt.
Yeah, it's great to hear about all of our collaborations. And I also wonder, not to be a downer at all, but I sort of had the feeling sometimes that the more things we try, we're sort of not sort of keeping up with the sea level rise, so that there's a sort of feeling like I'm always a little bit worried that the people who are in this every day are sort of slowly drowning, with a problem that's getting worse that we really can't seem to sort of get our hands around. And I worry about burnout. I worry about what else we need in addition to all of the things we've talked about, and even all the things we've talked about doing. And if you just had any thoughts in those directions. I think I was a downer.
I see you.
Thank you.
I feel like I was just about to just acknowledge that was really just bringing down the mood a little bit. I as somebody who is at a lot of tables doing a lot of collaboration, and somebody who also goes into the field when needed, I do feel a lot of times like it's a sinking ship. To be really transparent, it's sad. I cry. I want to do better. I feel like we can do better. And out of all the things we're doing, it's still not enough. And people are dying and people are suffering. And I just have to take a minute and say, okay, but we've helped a lot of people. And I have to keep talking about what we have been able to do, those really incremental steps that we've taken. And it's getting emotional thinking about it, but it's hard. It's hard work, and burnout is true. And you can push through, and you can continue to do it, or you can leave the field altogether. And plenty of people do. I have to say, part of what keeps me going is I can call people, I guess, like Kurt, and say, "Hey, Kurt, I'm having a really bad day. Like, this isn't going well. Like, what are we going to do about this?" And I'm not alone. I'm not alone in feeling bad or defeated in that moment. Is that I have relationship with the community. I have a relationship with all of you in this room, and we're able to draw on that. And if I don't have a relationship, I hope we do. But that's what keeps me going. Texting Sue and being like, God, today was a day, and not carrying the burden alone, not feeling like a savior is the other piece of this. And the work that we do, we are not saving people. We are supporting people in living the best life that they can live. And we have to remember that, because once we start trying to think that we are saviors, we are going to burn out very quickly, and it's not the way in which we should be operating as service delivery folks in this community.
Yeah, attending to the humanness, right? Attending to us as people, and that connection is so critical. And as somebody who loves structure, and maybe not, I'm not a nurse, and I don't, listening command leaves me a little cold, but somebody who loves a structure, loves a spreadsheet, it can be, I can get lost there, right? And I can stay there and forget, because I don't do direct service, and I can hide behind that. But we're all human beings, and so the experience we had this morning, and being here in person, and seeing each other, and acknowledging each other, that connection is what is that's the antidote to what you're talking about, Kurt, and having systems and organizations that see their staff and their people as human, and in need of whatever. And I think COVID gave us that opportunity to practice that, acknowledge that. Yes, we've leaned into ways that we can be together, not in person, for efficiency's sake and all the positivity. And there's no sort of, there's no replacement for being with somebody, and hearing them and listening and connecting to them. So it's hard to remember, easy to forget, and we have to remind each other that that's so critical.
Is there any other questions? Yes. Oh, wait, there's somebody back there first.
I was just going to say the importance of how Becky and Sue just said it is we all, in our line of work, we're always there to help somebody else, and it's important. When I started in this business back in the late 80s, being the emergency person responding, you didn't ask for help. That wasn't a thing that you did. Today it's completely different. It's important that we take care of ourselves, because we then can't take care of you. I know you all know that, but it's important for the public and everybody else to know that we are humans, and we do need to ask for help, and we're making it our people aware that it's okay to ask for help, and don't feel shame. And, it's important that we all remember that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's really important. And I was thinking, I think it was Todd said, thank you for showing up and just being here, and time is precious. And I wrote down, it's like, we're here because of relationships. Like, I'm here because Sue asked me to do something. And that's a really, and so leveraging and connecting those relationships, asking each other for help based on who we know, I think is a really key ingredient to what we're talking about. Christine.
So just really quickly, first of all, thank you so much. I've gotten to see the work you've done firsthand, and it's enormous, and it has changed a lot of people's lives. So thank you. But my question would be, is if you had a magic wand right now, and we had plenty of people to hire, and we had lots of resources, like, what would be the thing that you would say today? Like, let's just add this to this. Like, what would you like?
Long question.
700 housing units.
Yeah. 14 people in Yeah, I definitely think housing is a huge piece, but on top of housing is really the supports that people require to keep the housing. And that is what I'm seeing right now in our Health Works program, is that we have folks who are in active eviction right now. And so they came from homelessness, they are getting evicted, they have services, significant services, everyday services, and it's still not enough to keep them in the housing. They don't have the skill to know how to keep a house. They don't understand the community and the way in which somebody needs to, be with other people and how to manage things that might trigger them and in ways that aren't confrontational. And I feel like we are trying our best, but that is a piece that we need. We need all different types of housing. So yes, to the units, and we need at all levels. And I'll let Libby speak to that more. But.
Speak to the housing that we need at all levels. Yeah, we've learned that not all housing models work for all people. There will be some people who will thrive in an SRO or a single room occupancy unit. There will be people who can't thrive without recovery housing. There will be people who, would, need space of their own, but don't need a lot of space. I always talk about, the gridlock housing market overall. We need all manner of housing in the state, and certainly here in Windham County. So I would agree that the housing units, 700 is a great number, Daniel, thank you. And also, it's about the services. You can't walk away from last night's film and not say, okay, we need more supports for recovery. We need more mental health supports. We need really accessible services and for people to be able to access these things without any barriers. And I think that there's a lot of coordination that we could do around achieving those things and making sure that people have what they need, right? If they're a variety of needs and a variety of ways of tackling. There's no one thing that's going to solve it all, right?
I'm just going to throw something in for a second, actually, as I'm going to take moderator privilege. Sorry, can't help myself. I've been thinking a lot about how there are such systemic things at play here, and what do we all fundamentally believe about what we want for everybody in our community, like all of us and the people with support. The more we do us and them, the more I think we're going to get in trouble. This is us. The other night, Gary Stroud's opened up the housing panel at the library, and he said something to the effect of, I'm not waiting for government, I'm doing what I can right now. And I'm like, yep, we have to do what we can right now, because we are up against some really big stuff. And what can we do here now for all of us? So I guess when you're talking that came up for me. So sorry. Okay, editorial off. Yeah.
My name is Abby. Glad to be here. Thanks for coming on. I'm not sure if it's a question as much as maybe a rhetorical question maybe, but Chloe, you had mentioned we do really well in response to crisis, but what are some examples of collaboration and coordination when that's not the case? And I guess I just wanted to highlight a couple of those examples in crisis that I just keep wishing we could return to, not the crisis part. But even, for example, COVID starting, and the town of Brattleboro passed a mask mandate before the state did. And looking around, we don't have that many masked people anymore. Partly, it feels like that's COVID fatigue. But it's how can we center the needs of the most marginalized and the people who are most at risk. So just uplifting Brattleboro in that moment. And then on a statewide level, with the housing crisis, during COVID, especially with the motel voucher program, suddenly we housed everyone, and that was such a huge success, and it made such an impact on so many levels. And then, the evictions are continuing to this day, and it's we know that if we give people, like if basic human needs are met, then they are better able to deal with traumatic events in their lives and other issues that come with it. So, and similarly, like everyone eats. Brattleboro was the first town in the state to have that program during COVID, and it made, again, huge impacts. And then, like, funding dried up, and the program doesn't exist anymore. Free, universal free meals for kids, including during the summer, which I think someone mentioned, but I believe the governor vetoed that for, like, at least in terms of, maybe it's the frequency, but there is definitely reduced access upcoming because of funding. I guess it feels like we're really good at finding the money and finding solutions when it feels like the crisis is at a peak. Same with the pop-up, the drop-up pop-ups, that happened after the tragic murder of Leah over a year ago. In these moments, we're so capable. And so just trying to figure out ways where we can continue that ongoing, so it's not just a need like when the pandemic starts or when, this particular moment.
Yeah, those are great examples, Abby. And what's going through my head is how do we learn from them? Like they need to, that the crisis is the opportunity to learn. We commit resources. And then how do we take the time to reflect and say, what did we learn? What works? Again, that appreciative inquiry, like what's a positive, what works about this? And what can we sort of keep building on? So, I think the learning that we can do as a community, what do we want to keep? What do we want to change of all of those things? Like, I'm so thrilled that we found the political will to pay for people to have a roof over their heads. I wouldn't keep that same roof that way. Right? Like I wanted to, so it's like I feel this tension about advocacy for the, continuing the motel program, and can we do better? Like, can we even do better than that? So I appreciate that sort of highlighting what have we learned and how can we keep learning and sort of have that political will and commit to proactively looking forward. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to stop there and hand it back over to Maggie.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, what we're going to do right now is we're going to do a combination of an activity and a little break, a little stretch break with the little bit of a buffer we have in our agenda. So what I'd like you to do is get together with folks at your table. Ideally, I'd love you to talk to someone that you don't know as well, as maybe if you're sitting next to a coworker or something, and we're going to give you a discussion question. There are yellow Post-its on your table and pens, and I'd like you to think about the discussion, chat with either your whole table, one partner, however it's easiest, and write the answer to your question. If you have time, I'd love you to hang the answer up on the leftmost poster board over there when you're done. You're welcome to grab something to eat, use the restroom. If anyone point to where the restroom is, I don't know, and I have no idea. Okay, outside, down the hall. Perfect. And there's one right there. Okay, so wait, you don't know the question yet, so you're not standing up yet, right? I see you. I see you all. Okay, so our question for today. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. Our question is, can you guys hold just for a minute while I read the question? Thank you. Take a few minutes to identify one example of collaborative work that has had an impact in Brattleboro. And I think the key part of this question is why. What are those common ingredients? What made that collaborative work successful when collaborative work can be really challenging? So one example of collaborative work and then the why. Don't forget the why in terms of why the collaborative work worked. So take a few minutes to answer that question with your group. Hang up the sticky if you have time, and let's be back at our tables at 10:45. Thank you.
How you doing?
I was not. I walked in my mind and I would see someone comments about how she what you were talking about, making hard decisions in my sister and so that's been really satisfying, but I wish we could just, and I wouldn't do that.
Thank you. For the folks I haven't met, I'm Jim Baker. I'm a consultant to Governor Scott's Public Safety Enhancement Team. I've been working in Brattleboro in this consulting role, supporting the Public Safety Enhancement Team since about last September. And I spent about 125 hours in the community. I've met with close to 60, 65 different individuals, and it's been fascinating work. And you heard some of the good work that goes on in the community. I wanted to acknowledge, and I want to say, I didn't front load baggy on this, so this is on me. But we have a very unusual, for the first time, I don't want to do a government lesson, right? Executive branch, legislative branch, judiciary. And it's always been a struggle to get the judiciary to participate since we started this. But what I consider to be a good friend of mine for a number of years, a resident of your community, Associate Justice Karen Carroll from the Vermont Supreme Court is here. And I want to thank you, Justice, for being here. And
Thank you.
along with her is Kate Hayes, a retired, I guess we call it Superior Court judge now. I was going to call it District Court judge. That's how long I've been out of the business. And so they're participating in this process, and you're going to hear later today a conversation from Scott Backus, right? The consultant that's working on a project with the Judiciary, where they're starting to map resources for a judiciary to use in communities, which is going to be a huge piece of some of the ongoing work of the Public Safety Enhancement Team. So I want to acknowledge the judiciary is here. Thank you so much. It's an important piece of the conversation about how to deal with challenges that are in the community right now. So my role is to moderate this panel. I want to introduce the panel first. All the way far end of the table from my left is Assistant Chief Jeremy Evans of the Brattleboro Police Department. Next to him is Monica Weber, the Executive Director of the Crime Research Group. Next to her is Billy Frisch, who is the EMS Superintendent. I think I got the title right, Billy? Of the Brattleboro Fire Rescue. And then to his right is Bill Camardi, who's the Executive Director of the Bennington Rescue Squad, where we have done some work. We started the Public Safety Enhancement Team work in Bennington. And Bill's going to talk a little bit about some of the work that's ongoing there. Let me just talk a little bit about data. Give me 2 minutes and we're going to get right to the panel. The Public Safety Enhancement Team got started as a result of Governor Scott challenging his leadership team to think about how to use data to focus in on the challenges across the state, especially post-pandemic, and some of the violence that was being seen across the state. And some of that violence, as you all know, has visited this community, unfortunately. And then in some parts of the state, it's teenagers and young adults that are involved in the violence, which was a very concerning trend. And what the governor's challenge was that we did fairly well. Abby talked about this, how the pandemic was handled in this state. During that time, I was the Commissioner of Corrections. And I lived through the pandemic in a correctional system. And as you all know, a facility is like a cruise ship. If the virus hit a facility, it was very challenging to get our arms around it. And so every day, a local resident, a hometown boy of yours, Mike Pichek would get up, and if you remember that press conference, he would give a bunch of data and talk about what's going on with the data, community spread, the number of cases, where the deaths were at. And in the back room of that, where what I refer to as some mad scientists at digital services and state government, working artificial intelligence and doing predictive modeling around the virus. And for me in corrections, that information was critical. So for example, Springfield, the only way the virus was going to get in that facility was from the outside. And so when community spread jacked up in the Springfield area, we really buckled down and focused. There's corrections folks here that worked really hard on this. I don't say this because I was the commissioner. We are the only state in the country not to lose an incarcerated person to the virus or a staff member to the virus. Now, there were some nights that I laid in bed looking at the ceiling wondering if that was going to be the night or not. But we were the only ones in the country to do that, state systems. And really, that success was based on the modeling that we were doing in a very focused effort. And I think this conversation came forward. How do you keep that focus in the middle of a crisis? Because it will, it wears you out after a while. So the governor challenged staff, and the digital services folks started collecting data, primarily from law enforcement agencies, through the common system that collects data across the state called the Brattleboro system. And they started mapping and putting that on a heat map using Power BI, Microsoft software, very similar to what they did during the pandemic. And it started showing 10 communities over several months, consistently showing up in calls for services that would be indicative of underlying things such as mental health challenges, substance use disorder. These are the things like larcenies, burglaries, acts of violence, family violence. Those kind of things started showing up. Brattleboro was in that top 10 list. Not on the top, not on the bottom, fluctuated from week to week when you looked at the data. And so we started this process of going into the communities and trying to understand what's going on in that community, what services were there, and how can the state help accelerate what was going on. And the data was a big part of that. We also have emphasized, since we've been doing this work, that data is a huge piece of taking a look at where you are. And I think Chloe mentioned this, about sometimes it's just anecdotal data that, quantitative interviewing, right? But some of it's very focused data that you're looking at. It's qualitative data, what I refer to as macro data. Things like Windham County in 2023 led the state in overdose deaths. You have one of the highest rates of poverty in Windham County, next to the Northeast Kingdom. That's that macro data that people ought to be thinking about when you're doing programming. How are you going to influence that? Well, who's measuring that? And then there's the micro data. And that's what we're going to talk about with this panel. And that kind of data is the kind of data that is misplacing the use of resources. So those are the folks, for example, that EMS may be transporting or responding to and using up an enormous amount of resources within that system. Or the criminal justice system, individuals that are using up enormous amounts of resources within that system. And so when we've been doing this work, we've been focused on working in the communities to help them better understand how to take the data that we've been looking at for the last year, but take data closer to the ground, more real time to the ground. And it's based on place-based data, behavior, and then individuals, not targeting individuals. So we're going to talk a little bit about that with the panel here in a minute. So again, I want to start, Monica, if you would just talk a little bit about what your group does, Crime Research Group, and I'm particularly interested in you sharing with the audience the work that you recently did in a community on criminal justice and mental health. It takes a minute to fire up.
No. Okay.
How about this?
Yeah.
This work?
Yeah.
And you still have to really project into it.
I still have to project it.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
A little louder.
Loud. Now, okay, I'll just talk loud. How's that? That's great. Thanks, Jim. Thanks everyone for having me here again. My name is Monica Weber. I'm the Executive Director of the Crime Research Group. And I just want to tell you a little bit about the Crime Research Group in case you've never heard of us, which wouldn't surprise me. We are a small nonprofit organization. We are a Vermont-based organization. We've been around for over 20 years, actually, existing. We started at Norwich, actually, and now become our own independent organization. And our goal really is to conduct research, criminal justice research, specifically in Vermont, and provide research and information and data available to the community, to the legislature, to state organizations, to local organizations, to help inform their decision making, to help inform policy, to help inform best practices. And in addition to that, we also have a contract with the Department of Public Safety as a statistical analysis center. There's a statistical analysis center in every state in the country, specifically to collect, analyze, and distribute criminal justice data. So that's one of the things that we're able to do. So for instance, if you wanted to know about crime in your town, you could call us and we have access to information and we can answer those types of questions. Related to the Public Safety Enhancement Team, through our contract with the state, we're providing some support to the towns like Brattleboro, Bennington, and Springfield to help them think about their data and analyze their data and present it in a way that's useful for them and for their community. But Jim wanted me to talk about a study that we just completed in a couple of months ago, something that we've been working on for a few years, and it's looking at law enforcement encounters, law enforcement and mental health encounters in one community. And what we were able to do is work with this community, work with the agency in this community, to get access to their data. And we asked them to give us information about the top 18 people who show up in their incidents between the years of 2018 and 2022. They give us the names of these people, give us all of the incidents that they were involved in. They could be involved in any number of ways. They could have been a person who was just standing at the scene. They could have been a suspicious person at the scene. They could have been a caller. Could have been a variety of reasons they were involved in this incident. But we were able to look at all of that. So these 18 people were responsible for were involved in about 2,500 incidents over the course of this period. It's 18 people. That's a lot of incidents that they were involved in. But as we looked through, and then we were able to follow that, so we were able to get information. We have access to NIBR's data, so we could follow through and see, well, were these people arrested? What was the result of their interaction with this law enforcement agency? And out of all of those incidents, what we found was that there were only 177, or 7%, where someone was actually arrested, where one of these 18 people was actually arrested over the course of that 4-year period. It's a very small percentage of those incidents led to an arrest. And so it just begs the question, sort of like, what's happening here in these incidents? How are police resources being used appropriately to respond to these incidents? And what other types of resources can also be brought to bear in these situations? And we were actually quite surprised that the arrest rate was that low. And one of the things that we say in the conclusion for this report, which you can read the whole thing on our website, is that we really feel like these projects like Project Vision in Rutland or Project Action or the things that we're doing in these communities are really a very effective response for communities to be able to gather and respond in a different way. Because 7% of arrests means that perhaps the police are not always the only organization that needs to be responding in these incidents.
Thank you, Monica.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when Monica shared that information with the Public Safety Enhancement Team, it strikes you that there's 18 folks having almost 2,500 encounters with the police, and only 7% of those end up in an arrest. It's a stunning figure when you think about it. So you have to ask yourself, I think you have to ask yourself, is the right resource being applied? And so as we have these conversations in communities, and I'm working with leadership on the ground in a role as a consultant, that's a question that needs to be asked. But if you don't have the data and you're not measuring that, it's kind of like being on a treadmill and you're just running. and going back and dealing with that resource, or applying that resource that may not be the right resource. The other thing that struck me, Monica, in the report was that there could be other crimes that happen, but they were not cited or arrested into the system. It could be a disorderly conduct or an unlawful mischief, and an officer used the discretion not to charge them. But it also struck me that the underlying issue is mental health. This is where we get into these situations where police officers are put in a situation of applying the wrong amount of force. And so, again, I thought that was very useful for the panel to bring forward. Go ahead.
Yeah, we also, there was also a very low instance of use of force in all of these incidents. That's one of the things that came out in the report. And so I don't want to still. I'm very confident here. You're fine. But related to our work with the Public Safety Enhancement Team, so Jeremy's been able to pull a similar data set that we use with this other community so that we can just start to dive in and see what it looks like here in Brattleboro and provide information, back to the department here. So we're taking some of the incidents and putting them together, and we'll be feeding it back to them first so that we can validate sort of what we're finding, and then I think his plan, that he can tell you more about that, is to do a little bit more sharing of that information.
Thanks, Monica. Bill, Bill, I should get this right? Bill Martin. Could you talk a little bit about, you were in your role as the head of EMS in Bennington. When we were there working and launching Project Alliance, you were one of the earlier champions of the data piece. Can you talk about how that emerged and what you're doing in partnership with other organizations around the data?
Certainly. So Bennington Rescue, just like any of the larger EMS agencies in the state, deals with a significant amount of calls related to any type of substance use disorder. And it takes up a lot of resources, and we see a lot of repeated use of the system, as you would imagine. We're stuck in this repeating cycle, though. EMS providers are like, why can't we get these people help? What are we doing differently than just saying, go to the hospital and get help? About a third of these individuals refuse care altogether, so they don't accept transport. They don't go to the ER. So early on in Project Alliance's development, we started to back to that collaboration, awareness, and learning about each other piece. We knew about many of our organizations in the community providing either social service, SUD service, mental health, etc., but we had no connection. I'm also from New Jersey, so I'm going to move my pants a lot. So I apologize in advance.
Right on!
Trying to keep insulting language to a minimum either, but sometimes they slip out, so I apologize in advance. And it was like, why aren't we working together? We have this data, they have data, why aren't we sharing that data? So in Bennington, one of the Power BI heat maps is law enforcement data. Well, why can't it have EMS data in it? So we started to integrate our data with assistance from the state into that heat map, because not every call generates a police response. If somebody calls because they've fallen, police are not going to arrive, but then you find that it's alcohol use disorder, or it's due to opioid or use of sedatives. Those are calls where it's not hitting that data set. So how can we start to involve these data sets more? That led to a further discussion of, we want to make a difference, so how are we going to make a difference in the community? We need to connect, especially these folks that are refusing care or have subtle SUD signs that at-risk factors in the home that don't come out in the ER visit. How do we get these folks into the system? So we worked with our local Turning Point Center and developed a plan for consensual referral. It went as well as you would expect. So in 3 months, we had 6 individuals consent to referral to Turning Point. So we kind of stepped back and said, all right, why is this not working? And how can we make it work? Well, how do you do this in the ER with folks? How do you get into the ER room with someone who isn't consenting to you being there? Oh, well, we're volunteers for the emergency department. We go through their whole process. We go through their confidentiality training. We get onboarded, and then we're part of their organization. So we no longer need to get consent to walk in the door and say, hey, are you willing to have a conversation with me today? So, okay, well, why don't we just do the same thing? So this works for EMS as well. I think part of the problem is that unlike an emergency department, your one county may have 12, 15 EMS agencies, depending on where in Vermont you are. For us, it works really well because we have the urban core, we have the surrounding communities. So we set up a process of referral. So to bypass HIPAA and confidentiality, we brought on the Turning Point peer recovery coaches as volunteer employees for Bennington Rescue. So now anytime there's any kind of employee change, we'll onboard someone. It's an online training module, it takes about an hour, in confidentiality for healthcare professionals. And then what we do is we send an encrypted email as often as we get them. It is usually daily with referrals for those that exhibited risk factors at home. So whether it was we were called because they were intoxicated, or it was an opiate overdose and they refused care. We found that had a much greater success. In the first 3 months of the program, we generated, it was close to 200 referrals, and that was 100 individuals though. So almost a 2-to-1 ratio of calls to individuals. In the last quarter, it was very similar. We had, for some reason, we had a dip. We had 60 individuals that generated 75 referrals. And the latest data on those is that 50 out of 60 in the last quarter interacted with our Turning Point Center peer recovery coaches. So 83%. About half of them were alcohol use disorder, and that has been a pretty steady statistic since we started tracking this data. 40% are SUD, so OUD or stimulant use, and then about 10% are actually behavioral health or mental health. That happens to overlap, but behavioral and mental health ends up being the primary problem, not necessarily substance use disorder. What's been great is that our Turning Point then has been able to get 11 out of those 50. So these are folks that normally would not make it to a hospital with some type of support. So that's 22%. They've been assisted with either housing, VCCI referral, which we also do, coaching, or into a treatment program. So about 22% of those that are referred end up receiving some kind of support, accepting some kind of support. So these are folks that were previously not making it into the system of any type of recovery support. So there's underlying factors there as well, which we know are going to be a theme throughout the day. In our normal population, about 3% of the calls are related to unhoused individuals. In this population, it is 23%. That are unhoused or are housed in a hotel motel right now. So 17% are unhoused and 6% are in the hotel motel address as their primary address in the system. So now it's like, what else can we do to make an impact? We've seen a small downturn in OUD related responses, so overdoses reversed by naloxone. But it is still a very dramatic and sizable quantity of our population. So this month, with the support of 8 other groups, agencies, or resources, we kicked off the first EMS buprenorphine project in Vermont. So if somebody has acute withdrawal after receiving naloxone to reverse their overdose in the field, They are now eligible to receive an initial dose of buprenorphine, antiemetic, and a second dose as needed prior to either transport to the ER, which is our preference because then they can potentially get further medication. If they still refuse care, we do a direct referral to one of our 2 MOUD primary agencies who are partners in this program, or one of the hospital's practices which also participate in MOUD programs. That took a lot of work. We've been working on that since pretty much our project started, so it's taken most of a year to get that kicked off. And we're still waiting to use it. We haven't had an opportunity yet, but right now, in the normal cycle we're all facing, there's only 3 paramedics on staff full time for us, and I'm the 4th. So in one of the busiest systems in Vermont, we're working on a staffing plan right now. We have some folks in the pipeline, but we don't always have a paramedic available. Most of the time it's advanced EMTs. And right now our pilot program is only paramedics to administer it since it's a controlled substance. What's gone along with that is a few of the other pieces that we put into place. We do VCCI referrals, so Vermont Chronic Care Initiative, for those that are on Medicare. We will refer for housing, food, assistance with primary care, or assistance with their medical care plan. So we see a few of those a week. We get a lot more referrals from our staff than people are eligible. So we get referrals regardless of insurance, and then I just have to go back and figure out who is on Vermont Medicaid primary. And then some folks aren't eligible because they're on a managed care program through the designated agency. We still will make a referral, and VCCI will work with the designated agency on that. And again, just this week, we kicked off training with our folks for Project Against Violent Encounters came in, and we're doing consensual referrals for at-risk for intimate partner violence for those at risk. Because again, it's not a call that always goes through the police department, where we get invited into the home. We're one of those few individuals or groups that has easy access to individuals in their homes, because if we're there, somebody's called us and asked us to come in, versus trying to get access in another environment. So what we're focused on right now in the Bennington area is starting to look at places that overlap with EMS, law enforcement, and other resources, and how do we start to make the conversation, how can we help versus the response to whatever the problem is in the aftermath. So how can we start going out and addressing those problems in advance. It's a little mix of law enforcement approach, social services, and community paramedicine, which we have starting to develop here in the state of Vermont.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, a lot of work going on here, and again, I think it's in the context of like that on the ground emergency crisis, that micro, not the macro data that you're really focused on. Billy, welcome to Brattleboro, right? New to town. Had a chance to chat with you a little bit about as EMS gets stood up in the fire department. Could you share a little bit of what your vision is under the leadership of the chief about where EMS is going to fit into this conversation?
Sure, yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Billy Fritz. I am EMS Superintendent for Brattleboro Fire. I'm very excited to be here. I've been here for just about 4 months now. And data is something that I love, because data is a good way to tell us where we are, to tell us how we can improve if we've made a change. If we don't know where we are, how are we going to know what changes we've made and how that can improve? So, as Jim mentioned, so Brattleboro Fire is going to take over EMS transport solely come July 1. Right now we have a hybrid partnership with our members of Golden Cross Ambulance, so we work a hybrid model with them as well as us as we take over transport. But we get to say, as Bill mentioned, we get to get invited into a lot of places and we see a lot of things. And it is important to me and the department as members of the community need resources. And I've had some great conversations with folks about that collaboration and being able to get the right people, the right resources. As, again, as Bill mentioned, EMS is called for service a lot. And I can tell you for our 2024 year-to-date numbers, we've had 25 overdoses in Brattleboro. Some are fatal, some are non-fatal. That's not great. That's 3% of our calls so far in this year have been for overdoses. And then when we look at our numbers for the past several years, it's about 4.5% of our calls. So that data is important. We use a program called First Due. First Due tracks all of our dispatches and our reporting software, and we have a heat map, as Jim mentioned, and we can pinpoint where specific call types come from. And you can see certain areas in Brattleboro that are more at risk for an overdose. And there's two very concentrated pockets. And so now we're starting to get that data, and it's important to be able to process it and then see how we can use it to make better informed resources, how to respond to those, and get the resources that are necessary for those at-risk communities and those community members to those pockets, right? Because I can tell you today, around a certain time, with a great certainty, 90%-ish, where the next call is going to be and what it's going to be for. And that is kind of scary, right? When we start looking at all that data, I can tell you where the next overdose is likely going to be. And so that is powerful information. What we do with that information is next. And that's why I'm so excited, as you can probably tell, to be here, because you, as well as me and all of us, so it says on the side of our ambulances and our fire trucks, it's our town, our people, our community. Well, now that I share that information with you, we need to do something about it. We need to work with our partners at Turning Point, like Bennington has done, to have those business associate agreements to say, hey, we had an overdose, and Billy lived through that overdose. That's wonderful. Can we get Billy to the right person, or can we offer that referral to them? They may not take it, right? And I've had some great conversations with some of my colleagues here that says, okay, Billy may not want that resource, but offering that resource is important, so they have that. And then maybe next time we go and visit Billy, because we will visit Billy again. Once we do that, we can say, hey, Billy, we offered you that resource. How is that going? Can we offer you that resource again? Because the numbers are not changing. It's pretty consistent. The great thing to share with you is as we grow our EMS system and as we develop as part of a healthcare arm and an entity, is that we are part of the Prevent Project at Wellwood Buprenorphine. So we are going to do that in Brattleboro here. Come the fall, we were invited to that project because of our data, right? We have a lot of overdoses here. And so I think that's going to be a great benefit to our community, and it will make a difference. Now, again, we need to share that data, we need to measure it, and then we need to see what that impact is, because that's a great project. Is it going to make a difference? I think so, right? But if we don't measure it, how are we going to know? So that's where a lot of this data is super powerful. I think that now that we are in the data collection phase, it's great to be reactive, and we can say, hey, in this location, these types of calls happen. How can we be proactive? And that's something I'm excited to be here today to discuss with some of you as partners and say, what can we use this data for, and how can we be proactive instead of reactive? At the end of the day, when someone overdoses and you call 911, we will be there. We will always be there. But is there a way that we can prevent that from happening? I have the data in my computer that says, this is probably where it's going to happen. What can we do to prevent that? So I think that the data is very powerful, and it's there to share. Now, I would also caution, right? It's input in is only as good as the data we get. And so, as Bill mentioned, with EMS, some of that is collaborated with police, some of it is not. There may be calls that we are missing as well. But I don't think it's an astronomical percentage, and if you still look at the numbers, it's generally going to remain the same. So I'm excited to continue to track that and see with some of these projects like the Prevent Project, how we can make a difference and save some lives.
Thank you, Bill. Assistant Chief Advocacy. So Monica mentioned that they've been working with you, starting to take a look at some data about folks that are using the system to try to figure out and make sure the right resources are being applied. You want to just talk a little bit about the work you're doing, the collaboration maybe with the fire department and EMS, and where you see it going?
Sure. I would love to do that. We've spent a fair amount of time actually over the past few months looking at data, looking at how we collect our data, how we use that, how we've used it in the past, how we use it better now, where we can overlap with other organizations like the fire department, especially with the EMS. Gone to several different other departments, other organizations, seeing how they do things. Spent some time up in Rutland looking at their model. It's been in progress for many years now. Spent some time with the public safety enhancement team investigating how it's working in Springfield and how it's working in Bennington and the different, like the slightly different models that they've used in those communities. And we kind of learned a couple things. One was that we were really only using our data as a historical kind of monument. We would look at what happened in the past, and then not even necessarily the recent past, like we use annual data to decide how we were going to do things for the next year. And we found when we started with Falcor, it was much easier for us to pull data on a regular basis and actually get like good wealth of it. We found out that that was often really inaccurate for us, and that would lead us to deploy personnel to wrong places at wrong times for where we thought we were having high volume. We had last year, we found out that we had our days wrong, where the year before we had like a Thursday, Friday that was really heavy for us for the whole year, and then we found out that that wasn't the same in like the several months before we started looking at things. And if we had been looking at it more regularly, we would have realized that and been able to redeploy our personnel much more effectively, which I don't know if you know, but we've been really short-staffed. So knowing how we can do that more effectively and efficiently is really important. So we've been taking all that, prioritizing with some other organizations. We started like really basic. We started working with Groundworks with Charlie to look at just some simple things where we can try and make the collaboration work on a really basic level with our data on locations primarily, where we could say like, hey, these different hotspots, we seem to be having these types of incidents happening at these repeatedly, and what can we do to affect that? And some of that comes down to the people that are at those places, where then we can decide, we can look at those people and say, well, what services aren't those people getting, or what are they who are they currently working with, and how can we help either transition to some new services, or how can we get our data out more effectively to those service providers? Because a lot of times we were finding out that our officers were going to things 24 hours a day, and that information just wasn't getting out to the people that could use it. Like if they had service providers that they were already seeing, like Justin may have already had a connection with someone. We dealt with them a half dozen times in a month, but it just wasn't, that data never got to Justin. And if he had that, that could be a huge connection point for him to make some progress with that person. Or it's the same thing with locations, where we would then, when we were finding common locations that we were having problems with, we're focusing on, well, who's in charge of that property? Who's the landlord? Who owns that place? Where do we make those next steps to try and create some change in that location, rather than just dealing with the aftermath of what's occurring at the location? So we're really pushing to move toward a model where we're going to be much more visible and consistent with our data, getting it out to all the service providers in town, hopefully on like an every other week basis, where we can have a solid presentation of what we've done for the last 2 weeks, so that, not to say good or bad things about the department, but simply to take all that data and give it to the people that we think might be able to use it to help the people that are at those locations, or help at those locations to make some change.
You know, Chief, as I listen to you, it takes me back to last night. You know, for the folks that were at the showing of uprooting addiction, and Daryl talked about, you know, how it's changed. So for the folks that weren't there, it's one of the presenters is Daryl McGraw. A lot of folks in the room have worked with Daryl. Daryl is in recovery and spent time in prison, and actually talked last night about being abused by the police historically. And he's a man of color. And so it strikes me, because one of the comments that Daryl made last night is that this is not the time in the 90s of crack cocaine, and that the police were arresting everybody they can. And full circle confession, right? My relationship with the Chief Justice goes back to her prosecuting drug cases when I ran the Drug Task Force. And when I look back on that 25 years, what I'm hearing you say, Chief, is that, like, you're not looking at this data to figure out how to make arrests. You're looking at this data, if I'm hearing you right, you're looking at this data to figure out what partners in the community can be brought in to work with individuals that their behavior is putting them at risk, or the community at risk. I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No, that's correct. We're looking, just like I think everyone in this room is, we're looking at that more globally. Like any one organization in the room isn't going to solve all the problems in our town. I think all of our organizations have to be involved to do that. And sometimes with some locations or some people, we're going to get some good inroads into those people to stop whatever's happening there, or to get services to them, get them on a new path, get the whatever is occurring at that location to stop or to minimize. That may be getting people into treatment. That may be just getting people to notice, like we notice, we see you. We know, we see what's happening. That's huge in community. I think, like Noel's bringing that up, it's amazing, because if you ignore it, anything that's negative that's happening in this community, if you ignore it, it's only going to get worse, because it gets emboldened, because no one pays attention, and they think you're not going to pay attention, you're not going to take action, you don't care. But sometimes simply just people saying, I see what's going on here, like I know what you're doing, can make a huge impact on what's occurring. So it doesn't have to be somebody getting arrested. It may be somebody getting arrested. It's gonna continue to happen. That's not gonna end anytime soon. That's just how things will work for some people. But I don't think that's what works for every person. I think there's a lot of other ways we can do interventions with people that are gonna be much more effective, both for them and for the community.
Thank you. I think time for one more question, like I'm looking at the facilitator here, because I'm just a moderator, that's the facilitator. You know, one of the things that I think looms large in the room, which hasn't been said yet, but kind of talked about, as we do this work and we go to community, and we're trying to figure out that intersection of public safety and public health, confidentiality, HIPAA. Like I use, for example, building work in Bennington right now, trying to bring the schools into conversation about truancy, right? And I'm willing to bet that you lay your data for calls for service, police department's data for calls for service, and the kids that are missing school, guess what? It's going to fit like a glove. And so any comments about, this is a real challenge, HIPAA, confidentiality, honoring that, respecting that, and trying to figure out how to share information is a real challenge. And I didn't school any of you on this question, so I'm hitting you cold. Any insight from any of you on that?
I throw something out.
Sure.
I realize that we're always going to have hurdles when it comes to communication. I think that when we collaborate, when we get in groups like this, and we actually meet each other, and get to know the different service providers. Not just here, but like if you do it on a weekly basis or whatever, and you actually learn who's doing different things, then you can create that bond and start to actually work with people, know who to refer people to, know when to refer people to different people, things like that. But also realize that there are like governmental hurdles that got put in place for whatever reasons. Not here to debate them because that's kind of pointless. But we want to, for us, we want to take our data. We don't have a HIPAA hurdle to overcome with what we have. So we want to take our data and push it out to everyone that can use it. And that's all of our stuff. We don't color it. We don't block things out. We're going to put it all out. So when we talk about things, like, it gets ugly. Like, I can talk about the 56 deaths we did last year and the 2 homicides, and like lay out for people who was involved, where those locations were, what was involved in those, or the 65 sexual assaults we handled last year, and how over half of those were kids, and where those things took place, and what factors led to those occurring, so that hopefully service providers can use that information to maybe stop some of that behavior or identify some of that behavior before it progresses, and help with like the ACE concerns like we talked about, to hopefully identify those things earlier on and help, if we can't stop them, mitigate the damage that's caused by them.
Thank you. I don't think lunch is here yet. So let me take some leeway.
We also have the discussion.
Yeah, so when lunch does get here, you break for lunch. If you look at your agenda, again, we have a discussion question for the table. I don't see a lot of stickies. Oh, I guess there's quite a few here. But they're not everybody participating, so let's have some participation. The question here is,
Do we have time for questions?
we do, and I'm gonna come to that in just a second. With your partners, identify data points that could enhance better decision making and deployment of resources. Okay, so that's the lunchtime conversation. So why don't we open it up for a few questions? Whose voice did I hear?
Well, I had one. I'm a fellow data lover here, so it comes from that. I'm curious if anyone has thoughts about which metrics do you think would be the top couple of things that we ought to really be following as a community? Because I feel like one of the problems is that every group with their own interests is following a metric that means something to them. And it might be high-level morbidity, mortality data. It might be hospital admissions, increase of calls, decrease of calls. We could say they're all things that we ought to be looking at. But I think sometimes the policy we set is very much influenced by whether we're trying to decrease crime or whether we're trying to decrease deaths or both at the same time or things like that.
Monica, you look like you're...
Well, yeah. Happy to hand it to somebody else who wants it. But that's a really interesting and important question to have. And I think what I've seen a lot is people just diving into data, just collecting data for the sake of having data, and just, more data is better. And that's, not really true. And what I've seen be successful over the years in this position and in other positions is really having to focus in first on what are you trying to achieve? What is the goal that you're trying to reach? And making sure that you have a very collective agreement about that and understanding what it means from a very definitional place. And I'll give you an example kind of related to something we're doing. We're talking a lot in Vermont now about the term desistance. What does desistance mean? What is desistance from crime? And people don't have a collective understanding or definition about what they think that word means. And so we're going to start to have some conversations about that, because in the end, we have to figure out how to measure it. And unless you can do that, and as we all know, there's different types of measures, right? So you can measure sort of like the effectiveness of your program, and that measure is really different than what's a measure of overall community well-being or safety, and you need to be able to distinguish those things. And that takes a lot of work, and I'm gonna look at my friend Sue in the back there, she knows exactly what kind of work that is, right? And but those are the conversations that people sometimes don't wanna have first. So I didn't really necessarily answer your question.
No, it's
Maybe that-
very good. Because ideally, we would hope that our interventions would, we could see if they're working or not in the measurements that we're doing. So they have to be sufficiently sensitive measures and sufficiently responsive to the time metrics in which we can get the data to know. There's a lot of people talking about data, but I don't really feel like the data that we have in the world is especially useful. You know?
Right, and that's true a lot of criminal justice data, and I think that's what you're all finding too. You talked about it, right? So how do I get the information now, what's happening now, so that it can inform our decision making? We're really good. I mean, I work at a research organization. We look at a lot of stuff that's happened already.
Abby?
Yeah, I want to be mindful of like the same three of us who are going to ask questions of each panel, but maybe others will speak up. I was really struck by the data example, and I think Jim had mentioned this before when several of us met with him. The 18 individuals and the 2,500 calls and the 7% of arrests. And I worry, just like this question about what data are we looking at, why, I worry that it's putting the focus on individuals again and wanting to solve what are really systemic problems in our community with solutions for individuals who are seen as, and I know several people said, like, these individuals aren't the problem, and so I'm just curious if there are ways that we can be looking at this data, again, similar to this question, where it's more of a systemic look and a systemic approach, because otherwise it feels like we're not actually getting at root causes.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah,
I think Abby, I think, Bill, did you? Go ahead.
You're right. The issues here, they're housing, they're mental health, they're about capacity and capability, and they are things that our communities need, and it's going to take the will of the people to change them in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
I have a really, very micro level question. Can you explain, well, I have several workers who, in my office who also work for dispatch, and so I should ask them this question, but can you explain kind of what the dispatch data, like, that comes in, how does that get differentiated to different organizations? Because those kind of details, I think, get us down these rabbit holes of are we talking about macro level, micro level? They confuse us in terms of what questions we're answering. So just like a one or very brief, like how does it work? And so what do you guys have to work with that you're kind of trying to sift through for us to understand? I don't know if that's even a clear question.
I don't know, but I'm gonna take a shot at it. I'll take a swing. So we get data, dispatch data comes from a couple different places. The fire chief's staring me down right now. So we get it from our dispatch center, when people call in directly to there, and we get it from 911 when people call 911. So depending on who you call in that chain, it makes a difference on what data we get from the initial phone call. So I'll just take it from our dispatch center because that's the simplest for me. If you call our dispatch center, we'll get, our dispatchers are trained to try and get as much information from you as they can related to what's currently happening for you. And then they use, sometimes they'll use just their best educated guess for once they get that information from you, what services to deploy. It can be difficult. Sometimes it's great. You call in, you get someone who can give good, solid information about what's occurring, and you can get good, solid data back out to the different emergency services to send the right services. Other times, it's not like that. You get people that are very animated or overly excited or terrified, and you don't get good information, so the police officer has to use their training and experience to get the best guess on what services need to get deployed. All of that data then goes into our cards. So we have an incident card that gets punched for the fire department or the police department. So that information goes in there. Like for the police department, so an officer goes to the call, finds out different nuances to it, or maybe finds out that what they went to isn't what the phone call was about at all. It takes that information and maybe has to change like what the card was described as, or how it's coded off in our system. So that can have some big impacts on short-term versus long-term data. When we get it in, like it could be coded off initially as one thing, and then a week later it'll be changed. Could have like a noise complaint, comes in a noise complaint because Sue called in a noise complaint about her neighbor, and then we get there and it was actually domestic. And then someone gets arrested, and so it wasn't a noise complaint, it was a domestic assault. So the initial data that night shows we went to a noise complaint, but the data 2 days later shows that we went to a domestic. Is that,
Yeah,
that help?
no, that's,
Okay.
and to know that there's the 911 and the local dispatch.
So I'm gonna, for the sake of time, I didn't mean to cut you off. We did
No,
not.
it's helpful, thank you.
Great. So I would ask you to work on that question. I just need to check to make sure that lunch is behind the wall. 'Cause that's where lunch was going to be delivered, behind the wall. I think there's some banging around in there, so I'm thinking it may be there. There is vegetarian, vegan options there based upon the requests that folks made. Please discuss those questions, and we're going to regather at 12:30.
The panelists and the moderator go through.
Yeah,
Go through lunch.
yeah. The folks that are up for the next panel, eat your lunch first, so you're ready. So, thank you.
I'd like to introduce Brattleboro's Chief of Police, Norma Hardy.
Good afternoon. So this panel is to discuss what's being done in the community by different organizations and groups. And you can't hear me? Cannot?
Yeah, lean in a little if you don't mind.
How about now?
Thank you.
This panel is to discuss cooperation and different things that are being done in the community by different organizations and groups, and how we cooperate with each other, and how there's outreach being done in the community to show what these cooperations look like. Before I start with the panel, what I do want to talk about is that I didn't get a chance to actually say thank you to Knowles, but I want to point out that Knowles and Kara have been indispensable for us. They've been really just a huge part of what we want to bring to the community from our department. And so it's very important when you talk about these kind of working together kind of situations that Knowles and Kara have been our part of being able to bring some of these services to members of the community that we do deal with because we get called to deal with them, but it's refreshing to be able to turn them over to these guys that they can have a different kind of working relationship with them. I think it builds trust. It builds trust for the department and the community, that everyone sees that we understand that we are not going to police ourselves out of this. Any issues that are here, there's a need for the police, but it's not always, we're not always the best answer. And I also want to point out the fact that when we do go to these calls, almost 100% of the time it's because we were called by someone. So it's not that we just show up, and it's not that we're here to harass the community. We are called for help, and we are one of the organizations that can never say no. Just like the fire department can never say no. So I want to make sure that that is brought out to be clear. So we look for all ways we can to be accepted as far as a part of the solution and not the problem. And I think us having been liaisons is one of the very big steps we've been able to take to make that happen. So today on this panel, you have Lieutenant Adam Petlock, who is my patrol lieutenant and also my community outreach officer. You have Becky Gilbert from HCRS, Enhanced Mobile Crisis Response.
Kate Lamphere.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading the whole list. I'm sorry. Kate Lamphere, who I should have remembered because we just met yesterday. For HCRS. We have Malika Puffer from HCRS Peer Support. And we have Quentin Reynolds from Vermont Department of Health, DSU Prevention Consultant, DSU. Thank you. And we have Justin, yeah.
He's coming.
Justin.
I'm here, everybody.
All right.
Applause.
Now it's a bar. And we have Justin Johnson from Turning Point, and we have Polly Schrader. That's it. Okay. From Groundworks. So where can you So my apologies on the wrong names because there was a group set up and then there were some changes made and I didn't, of course, bring the updated list of the changes. So that's on me and I apologize. So to get started, I'd like, first of all, for each of you to just take a few minutes to introduce who you are and what you're doing as a part of these collaborating groups that we have in the community. So I'm going to start out with Malika.
Try to bring them. Yeah.
The green light is on.
Yeah, try it again. You really have to project into that one they said.
Is that doing something?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name's Malika. I use she, her pronouns, and I manage peer support and advocacy services at HCRS. Peer support is hard to define in a very clear and succinct way, but basically a voluntary, non-clinical, non-directive kind of support provided by people who have lived experience, personal things that they've gone through in their own life that helps them relate to and connect with the population of people who they're supporting. So in our case, folks who, I primarily hire folks who have had contact with the mental health system, folks who have experienced extreme states and emotional distress, and use that wisdom, knowledge, expertise that they've gained through their own life, plus training, with really robust training, to connect with and support people in the community. So we have a team of folks that works across the whole HCRS catchment area, where we meet one-on-one with folks who request our support. We do some groups. We have a drop-in space in Springfield. And you know, in Brattleboro, we actually only have one half-time person available to do this. We work primarily with folks who receive HCRS services, but not exclusively. We will support anyone in the community. And then I also have some folks who are supervised who are embedded in other teams, bringing peer support to multidisciplinary programs like HealthWorks Act, Friends for Change, Mobile Crisis, and Connection Works. So, yeah, I feel like the services that we're providing are unique and distinct from the other services that people have available through, you know, like clinical services they can use alongside those services as an adjunct or addition to them, or as a standalone alternative, which we found for some people, especially people who have had traumatic or harmful experiences with the mental health system, is a really important option to have available. And then also part of our role is advocacy. We're trying to make changes in the system, in our communities, and advocating with and for the people who need support for their expressed interests. So that's a little bit of what I do. And obviously, as I mentioned, only having one half-time person in Brattleboro, there's so much more that we can be doing, that we want to be doing, if we're supported and funded to do that. So what I hope for and envision for the future is much more standalone, especially peer support programs, working with others on creating a proposal for a community center, in part inspired by the pop-up drop-in center that my team operated with the support of many volunteers and collaborators last year. Was it last year? Yeah. It feels like it's been a long year. Connected, we're calling it, the name's in progress, but like peer-run urgent care for emotional distress. And we think that this, along with hopefully sometime in the future a peer respite, can create a robust continuum of truly voluntary supports that people can, if they need an intensive level of support, which people obviously do a lot of the time, that there are ways to get that, more ways to get that, without being in a locked setting, which for many of us, myself included, has been a really, really harmful and traumatizing experience. So that's part of what I'm here to talk about and hoping for, and I think that is part of what was recommended by the Community Safety Review, and in terms of expanding access to truly voluntary supports.
Thank you, Melissa. Kate?
Nothing makes me more anxious than a microphone or a podium. So my name is Kate Lippier, and I am from HCRS, and I'm here to talk with you about just one way that we are hoping to address the challenges, and that is the new Enhanced Mobile Crisis Response Program. So over a year ago, HCRS partnered with all of the designated agencies across the state and was selected as the lead agency to put an application into the Department of Mental Health to create a statewide enhanced mobile crisis program. And we were selected. So HCRS has worked for the last year with the Department of Mental Health and all of the other designated agencies to design and implement enhanced mobile crisis across the state. So right here in our catchment area, Windsor and Windham counties, we have a enhanced mobile crisis program, which is a SAMHSA best practice model, and it is a two-person multidisciplinary team who responds to people in the community. The service is voluntary, so it's people who are asking for help, people who are in need of support, people who are experiencing distress, for them to have an alternative to go into the emergency room or an alternative to other involuntary approaches. So having a two-person response, going out to a person's home, going out to other community locations to be able to provide de-escalation supports. There is an assessment and referral component of it. And ultimately, our goal is to have a clinical provider who can do the assessment, coupled with a peer support advocate who will be able to provide the unique supportive services that Malika just described. And that two-person team hopefully will be able to meet people where they're at. The crisis is defined by the person. So a person is the one who says that they're in distress and need support. Our current system, we define the crisis often. Do you have a mental health diagnosis? Are you dangerous enough that we're going to come out? And we might co-respond with law enforcement, or we might direct people to the emergency room. We might write an application for a warrant for immediate examination. This model is really meant to be responsive to the needs of people in our community, meeting them where they're at, and providing the support and services. One cool thing about this is that it is expanded beyond just mental health response and includes substance use emergencies or urgent substance use situations. That doesn't mean our team is going to be responding to medical emergencies such as an overdose, but somebody who is experiencing distress related to their substance use, we can respond with a two-person multidisciplinary team to provide support in addition to other experiences of distress. One thing of note is that HCRS, like many of our organizations, has a lot of vacancies. So we have a lot of vacancies on our crisis team. But with this statewide approach, we can draw from a statewide pool of responders. So to be able to have a HCRS provider go out to a home in Brattleboro and bringing somebody with us via telehealth or in person from another part of the state really allows us the opportunity to increase our capacity to respond to people. And there's just something really special about being able to learn from other providers and other crisis teams across the state. So bringing in other perspectives and other ideas is a wonderful way that we are able to kind of navigate some of those staffing issues. I think I hit everything I wanted to say. Yeah, I think that's it.
Colleen? Hi there, I'm Carly Shree, the Director of Shelters at Groundworks Collaborative. And when thinking about the complexities of supporting people who are experiencing homelessness, two of our programs come to mind, and those are our low barrier programs. So I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about the drop-in center and overnight shelter and the outreach team specifically. Many of you already know, but the drop-in center is really the heart of our organization. It's a resource center aimed at serving people who are experiencing literal homelessness, whether it be sheltered or unsheltered homelessness. Through that model, we provide daytime services that help people to meet their immediate and daily needs. That could look like basic things like laundry, access to food, access to bathroom facilities, a place to get your mail. Beyond that, though, we also have access to services as well. We have an on-site drop-in center case manager who works with people who are utilizing our overnight shelter. And our advocate staff are trained to be able to triage immediate needs and make referrals wherever that makes sense for the individual person who's accessing the services. Really, in my opinion, the most important part of the drop-in center program, though, is a place where we can welcome people, people can feel like they belong to a larger community, and we can really get to know people and understand their needs and circumstances in a pretty intimate way. The drop-in center converts in the evening to a 34-bed congregate shelter, and so 34 people sleep there each night. We run it as a night-to-night shelter. However, if someone secures a bed, as long as they keep coming back throughout the day, engaging services, and meet the curfew, they're able to stay there until we're able to help them move on to another place. The drop-in center is also one of the referral sources for the outreach team, and so really when we thought about launching the outreach team earlier this year, it was an extension of our low barrier programming, and the team is made up of a collaboration between Groundworks and the Brattleboro Retreat. We have we have 4 people on our team currently. We have a case manager who's employed by Groundworks. We have 2 community-based advocates that are employed also by Groundworks, and we have a licensed social worker who provides informal consultation and support to our team and clients that's employed by the Brattleboro Retreat. And so with the outreach team, we knew that similar to the work of the community homeless strategy team, as an extension, we knew that with the impending motel program and the potential that there would be a large number of people who were exiting from the motels with seemingly maybe not the best plan or the risk of being unsheltered in our community, we really knew that we needed to expand our model, and we needed to get staff out into the community so we could support people where they were at in helping them to access, whether it's returning to natural supports or accessing shelter. Really, we just wanted to have staff available to make sure people had a friendly face that they could engage with as they were transitioning from the motels. Basically, the team goes out into the community each day. It's almost entirely community-based. And really that team relies on collaborations with the town. We have good communication and partnerships with Recreations and Parks, the Department of Public Works, the Brattleboro Police Department, the Fire Department. We really would not be able to do the work that we do without having solid collaborations with the town of Brattleboro. Also, the team relies on partnerships that we built with Turning Point and the Brooks Memorial Library, and also the Brattleboro Food Co-op has been instrumental in the implementation of our services, all of which those three organizations provide us with space to be able to meet with people inside, especially throughout the winter months. And we're able to work together to support people in the complexities that they're experiencing. I think that between the two of those teams, that's the most community-facing work that we're doing right now to address people who are experiencing homelessness in Brattleboro.
Thank you, Carly. And I just want to make a statement also, because I think it gets lost a lot of times when people think about people that are homeless. You don't really think about just the bare necessities that we think about, even if you don't have a home. And I just love the fact that you give someone somewhere to wash their clothes, because people take that for granted that, you know, if you have clean clothes, it does improve how you feel about yourself and being in the community. So I'm a big proponent of someone having somewhere to wash their clothes and also to receive toiletries. And I appreciate the group that I've seen in town that leaves the box with the toiletries for people to be able to go and take stuff out that they need. So I think those are all parts of things that need to be said in public, because I think that there are people that don't know that these kind of things are going on already in town. Clinton?
Hi everybody, I'm Quentin Reynolds. I'm the prevention consultant from Division of Substance Use and Vermont Department of Health. Prevention consultants are kind of like the on-the-ground resource from the Division of Substance Use, and we're embedded in the local health office here in Brattleboro. I wanted to talk about three things that I think are really that I'm affiliated with. I'm not a direct service worker, but I help to support all the different direct service organizations that we have in our town and county. So the first, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about prevention. I think that Windham County and Brattleboro has really strong prevention collaboration. The Windham County Prevention Partnership spans all of Windham County. It's comprised of 3 coalitions, one of them here in Brattleboro, Building a Positive Community. Cassandra will be talking on the next panel. But it's all about youth empowerment, giving a youth voice, working with schools and the student assistance professionals in the schools to try to help kids learn how to cope and learn life skills so they don't have to learn later in life or learn them again in recovery. So that's really important to me. The Community Substance Use Response is a group comprised of prevention, harm reduction, treatment and recovery professionals, and they work throughout Windham County and Brattleboro, and they do work by education and compassion and trying to reduce stigma and bias by doing community events and education. They're actually having Hope and Daryl come back for a virtual webinar. It's like the follow-up to the movie we saw last night called Multiple Roots of Addiction. And there are a few more events that one of my colleagues will talk about. But that laying that groundwork to try to create community understanding of what substance use is and reducing the stigma and bias in our community is so important that all these different, Turning Point included, the AIDS Project, all collaborate to come together to put on those events. And then lastly, I'll put a plug in for if we're talking about collaborating and networking and access to resources. The Vermont Help Link is a really great resource. It's a statewide resource, a call center and a website, but you can also, has all the local services in it. So if you want to access the local hub, Brattleboro CTC information is on there. If you want to spoke, Savita Health is on there. Harm reduction, syringe exchange, Narcan, AIDS Project information is on there. So all that information locally, people in the community can access it, providers can access it, and it's just a great resource.
And Justin and Lieutenant Petlock, we can basically come play off of each other because I know you both are very passionate about Project CARE and what you offer to the community and how we would see it growing and expanding.
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, folks. I'm Justin Johnston. I'm the Director of Community Engagement over at Turning Point of Windham County. I've been with the agency since 2017. I'm a person in long-term recovery, a person with a perfect DACE score, and as you know, that's not a good thing, my only perfect score of my life. So I joined the agency as a person in need of services and watched us grow from a volunteer-based program into what we are today. And I'll be mainly talking about Project CARE as well as our off-site recovery coaching program, which we have expanded on the work we've done with Project CARE and our collaborations with HCRS and Groundworks and others in the community to create a low barrier access way for folks to receive recovery coaching who, we know not everybody can make it to the center and everybody has their reasons why, whether it's physical limitations, mental stigma, but expanding on that so we can try to reach as many folks as possible with recovery coaching services in our community.
Yeah, so I think I was going to have Knowles come up here and do a duet with me, but instead, I'll just work off of Justin instead. So I think everybody here has heard enough about Project CARE, but I'll briefly say that what Project CARE stands for is Community Approach to Recovery Engagement. And basically what that means is it's a partnership that we formed in order to identify what the problem is, determine what the obstacles and barriers are, and come up with solutions with the goal of reducing the impact that drugs, specifically the opiate epidemic, is having on our community. Considering and basically understanding that this is a public health emergency and how are we going to respond to it. So when Billy came up here earlier and said, let's do something about this, this is the do something about this. This is what we're trying to do. And Justin has been instrumental, Turning Point has been instrumental in this process since day one. And to have someone, it's invaluable to have someone like Justin who is in recovery himself, who can relate to people, and people like Justin, like Brian, who wants to raise his hand over there and show his face. But these are people that most of their work with us has been volunteer, and they have a huge impact on the community. So I'll give an example of a recent involvement we had. So one of the things we do is we follow up with overdose victims within a reasonable amount of time. And it's oftentimes difficult to do because they're oftentimes homeless and we don't have a specific location where we can follow up. We work with Carly and the drop-in center quite a bit to help with that. But we recently had an interaction with a female who had overdosed at a residence. She was at her mother's house. She was just visiting there from a different location. She had been, we followed up, we had a conversation with her, a very good conversation with her. She had been clean for a couple of years, I believe it was, and she was just walking over to a business downtown, had an interaction with somebody, and somehow when she was somebody had asked her for money, and she gave them $1. In the process of exchanging the $1, the other person must have inadvertently slipped in a bag of heroin. So she saw the bag of heroin, she was tempted, she used it, she immediately overdosed. She hadn't used in a while. So that's what we're facing. Like, when we talk about a public health emergency, this person is trying to do good. This person's trying to lead a better life. And they still ended up in this situation. So the question is, what can we do to impact this? What proactive actions can we take to impact what is happening in our community? So basically that means that we meet once a month with our partners, and that includes HCRS and Knowles and Kira over there are a huge part of that. As liaisons at the police departments, they work with us every single day and interact with a lot of the people that we're interacting with. We conduct proactive outreach, going out with Turning Point and Groundworks, and sometimes even with Greg from, I'm going to mess this up, Consolidated Treatment Centers, the methadone clinic in town. We have a great relationship with him, and We assist with transports, whether it be inpatient or outpatient programs. Justin and his people often provide rides to treatment facilities. We train officers in substance use disorder and the administration of Narcan, how substance abuse works. We continue, and what you can't forget about is that we continue our enforcements as well. I think that's really important, that we work with, whether it's federal, state agencies, the state task force, in order to, differentiate between the people that are coming into this community and victimizing people and the people that are being victimized. And an example would be that female. Here she is trying to improve her life and get to a better place, set herself up for success, and she comes into our community and she's victimized. How do we support her so that we can put her in a position to succeed and have her be a thriving member of our community? So I'll let Justin speak to what his organization is doing, but all I can say is services like Turning Point are invaluable to what we're trying to accomplish.
I'm up again? Okay, it wasn't a direct question, but so for folks who, I'm sure you're all aware, but for folks who may not be aware of Turning Point and what we do, Turning Point in Windham County Wellness and Recovery Center just recently had a little mini rebrand. We are a peer agency. We're a peer recovery center, meaning all of us, for the most part, have lived experience in some way, either with substances ourselves or supporting and loving somebody who struggled with substance use disorder. And we do this in many different ways. Our center is open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and just trying to create a low barrier, inclusive, really inviting, stigma-free environment for folks to find their pathway and be themselves. Whether that means coming in and having a cup of coffee and sitting in the corner by themselves and not being bothered. We don't have it's not a mandated thing to participate in our services, to come inside the building and just connect with people. We all know that, right? One thing we all have in common is I don't believe we're here to get rich. I don't think anybody's doing this for the money. We're here because we're compassionate, we're empathetic, and we want to make an impact on our community. And no different for any of us here. That's what we all have in common here. Our philosophies, our mission is different, but that's at the root of everything we all do, is that. So, we provide one-on-one recovery coaching with folks in a variety of different recovery support groups and wellness groups. And, Project Care has always been something very important to me. And, I'm going to lean on my lived experience and my trauma a little bit more than most folks. Figure a little pivoting. We've all, I can repeat the same things that everybody's going to talk about. But I really want to express why it's so important to me. I have those lived experiences of being falsely arrested, being beat up and really tortured by correctional officers in prison and harassed by cops for no reason. I have those experiences. But as a person who really took my whole life, to get to where I am today, I'm also super thankful and understand why each agency in our community has a separate role to play. And I find it so invaluable to have good relationships and partnerships with folks like the police department, Groundworks, HCRS, because we can't do this alone. And some of these agencies, these are the most important points of contacts for folks in our community. I wish when folks were going through a crisis, they called Turning Point instantly, but that's just not what happens. Folks call the police department, HCRS, EMS, and then we get information and can help, reach folks in our community. So Project Care, it was so encouraging to have Gunny, our past chief. This wasn't a Turning Point thing. We did not create Project Care. The police department came to us and said, we're not arresting our way out of this problem. We need to make change, and we can only do this together. And when I first got involved in that, it really changed around my thought process and the stigma I had towards the police department. And yes, do we have individuals who make bad decisions that put a stain on different agencies? Of course, I think the same can be said for Turning Point, and all of us in different ways. But we really have to move past that, because cutting off these access to, these access to treatment and resource sharing is not helpful for anybody. We can't ignore the fact of the amount of interactions that certain agencies like the police department, HCRS, Groundworks see every single day. We can't silo ourselves. The police department has been instrumental in really implementing some of these changes that create low barrier recovery resources, such as, doing transport for folks who might be I don't want to say incarcerated, but being held overnight at the police department for whatever reason it may be. That individual is also a person on medicated assisted treatment, right? Some of the old methods of doing things is tough shit, deal with it, but we also recognize what that causes. That causes someone to detox in that moment and get out, commit crimes, et cetera, and find ways to feel whole again. That's not good. How can we change that? Well, the police department stepped up, changed what they do, and now we have individuals who might be staying there for a day or two or in the courthouse who are on MAT. We're not going to allow that person to go through detoxes and the possibilities that come from that. So Officer Petlock, the Project Care team, Officer Washburn will transport folks to Comprehensive Treatment Center, CTC, I got it right. I really wanted to lean with Habit Opco because it's easier. It won't. And that really has a huge impact. So folks can get their dose of medication to feel whole, to feel well, deal with what they need to deal with, and now instead of getting out and being in such bad shape physically, where the first thought is, how do I get well? Which often means stealing from people we love, committing crimes, etc. That is no longer, the case in many situations. Is it a one-size-fits-all? Of course not. I don't think anything is. But it has had a huge impact. When we first started Project Care, folks were literally running from us, right? Like, we go out and they'd see us with the police and run. Everyone assumed just because the police are there, they're there to arrest folks. But over the years, that has changed. I can't speak for the calls at the police department, but when we're out in the streets in the community, we often get requests, hey, is Officer Washburn around? Is Petlock around? And people prefer to speak and connect with these officers because of the work they continue to do every day to change that. With that said, the police department also have a specific role to play. I'm not law enforcement. That's not my role. That's their role. And they recognize that, and we recognize that. So when we do outreach, this is not, although it's created and designed by the police department, they let Turning Point lead these encounters. They let us lead with our experiences and our professional expertise to connect and build rapport and trust with folks. Once we build that relationship, then we can move on to what's next. Meeting folks where they're at, but eventually getting to that point where we can also challenge folks and recognize and help folks feel that you are valuable, you are capable, you are responsible. You can do these things that you may not think you're able to do and live a self-directed life. Because that's what helped fill my cup up, and many individuals who I know in long-term recovery that helped fill their cup up as well. And we really heavily rely on our relationships, with Carly and Groundworks and HCRS, Kate, and all of you. I just said the CJC. Interaction. Love the new logo. Great, Mel. Good job. To everybody, this is a community effort, and nothing is a one-size-fits-all. And something I'm sorry talking a lot, but something was said earlier today, and I won't point anybody out, but it was, we all have our own missions, we all have our own philosophies, and we're not doing any good by siloing each other because of differences of opinion. At the core of what we all do is trying to improve people's health and equity, right? And that comes in many different forms. I'm an individual, I need accountability. And there's a difference between a compassionate accountability and malicious accountability. No, it's choice, you do this. That's malicious, but helping folks truly believe what I think of each individual, that you are valuable, you are capable, and you are responsible, that's compassionate accountability in my mind.
Can I
and
ask
I think we've moved away from that.
I think we should ask for some compassion and accountability and see if we have any questions from you, Chief Hardy, or from the audience.
Absolutely. One of the things I just wanted to say is where you're located, because that's a part of the outreach, right? And that's what we want to get out to people. So can you just say where you are?
Yeah, absolutely. We will do outreach anywhere and everywhere. If that means, we talk about meeting people where they are, but we also have to meet communities where they are, right? So in Wilmington and Townsend, where we do outreach looks different than in Brattleboro. So in Brattleboro, going to all of the Wyndham and Windsor locations and Groundworks locations, downtown, if there's a heat mat and it's all the high intensity areas, that's where we want to be. That's where we want to reach people. We do a lot of work with the high school to hopefully reach our youth and work on more of the prevention and education sides to prevent what might come 10 years later. So we're everywhere and anywhere.
And Mike, I'd like for you to say, answer that same question, please. Like, where would people know how to hook up their vehicle that they go off and on?
Yeah, we don't have like a physical location that you can walk into. You can of course come to the HCRS office and ask about it, but we rely on folks reaching out to us by phone or email. peersupport@hcrs.org. One way to reach us.
Okay.
So we're really excited that with Enhanced Mobile Crisis, you can reach us by calling 988, or you can call the HCRS crisis line, 1-800-622-4235. I've known that number for a long time. And also we have a website, gethealthvt.org. Also, we have a new care coordination program at HCRS, which is care coordinators. We have 4 care coordinators who are able to do more outreach. And so you can reach them at carecoordination@hcrs.org. And the care coordination program at HCRS is open to anybody in the community. You don't have to be an HCRS enrolled client. So if somebody is in need of care coordination or supports to get access to whatever it is, folks can self-refer. You can make a referral to care coordination.
Great. And so in looking at the time, I'll take a couple of questions for the panel. Yes.
This question is for Kate. With respect to the mobile crisis response, when you're responding to someone who's having a substance use crisis, what does the mobile crisis team do, and how is it different when somebody is acutely intoxicated versus someone who maybe isn't intoxicated but indicates that they have a substance use need? And so how do you connect people with services?
So we do that by determining readiness for us to engage. So if somebody is acutely intoxicated, we're going to assess whether it's a medical emergency. If it is, then we will go down that track and help them get access to medical services. If it is not a medical emergency, then we may just give time. We'll call you back in a couple of hours if everything is safe to do so. So we don't intervene until people are ready to be intervened with. That doesn't mean that we won't respond if somebody has substances on board or is mildly intoxicated, but acutely intoxicated where somebody can't be fully engaging in our interventions, we would wait until they're ready to do so, and we would follow up with them and make sure that they don't fall through the cracks and that we are able to support them.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Bridgewater with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. I have a comment and then a question. My comment is just we work closely with the Brattleboro Police Department as well, and I echo your appreciation for them. It's been a wonderful collaboration meeting monthly just to share information and just collaborate on where some of those hot spots are. So it's been a really effective way to both get information to each other, but also to support each other. And that was kind of the unexpected silver lining of that relationship, is to realize how important we were to each other in knowing that we're responding to some of the more challenging issues in the community together. So I just want to publicly thank Norma Hardy for your leadership and your crew. It's been a wonderful collaboration. My question is around the methadone clinic and what role that plays in the constellation of services and responses, because as I understand, especially opioid addiction, and you talked about just wanting to feel whole again, and well, and there's so much around just not wanting to feel like you're dying. And so having some kind of medical intervention to help interrupt that feeling, to give folks a chance to then move on to the next step. And so I just wonder, how well is it utilized in comparison to the use overall in the community? Do those services need to be expanded? Do the interventions that are available there actually address what the current drugs on the market are, like with xylazine and other new drugs that are coming out? And I'm just kind of curious about that whole piece of the puzzle. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, that's Greg's.
Yeah, come on, Greg, let's do this. By the way, Greg is a very important member of our Project Care team, along with, the Department of Corrections and anybody. So if you want to join, please come
And
join.
Greg is, those hard questions, especially with what we're seeing in the community right now, the horribleness of what we're seeing in the community from the drugs that are coming into town. Greg has been really, we've had some really good conversations, so he's full of information for people to be able to gather.
I hope by the time I close my remarks that I come close to the bullseye to answer your question. One of the things that has worked really, really hard, was hard, has been fixed, and Adam speaks to this much better than I do, is we kind of took a look at what barriers were perceived and which ones actually were. And one of the things that we changed in terms of access was, if we got a call from the police that they had somebody that they had overnight or whatever the case, they become the first customer in line. We have, I don't know how we do this, because like Kate mentioned about being short-staffed and all this, if 5 people show up on our doorstep all at the same time, at the same moment, they're all going to be seen and the process is going to start. I don't know how we pull that off. I have not been able to put my finger on it. There is no cap on the hub program in Brattleboro. And we find, I'm quite sure, like everybody else in this room, that there are multiple hats that have to be put on in a time to keep things going while we're trying to recruit staff. And we do that. One of the common things that I've heard throughout today with the panels is, nobody has said this directly, but there's no quick fix to this. You're not going to arrest your way out of it. There's no quick fix to it. There's no medication itself that's going to take the problem away. There's no safe injection site that comes into town that's going to make this problem go away. So access is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to get an initial appointment. And Monday through Friday, we'll take walk-ins or schedules all at 7 o'clock. And if they come in later than that, we see them too.
Okay, can you say
Did I hit the
where you are?
bullseye close?
Can you say where you are? Can you say where you are when you say you take walk-ins?
We're at 16 Town Crier Drive in Brattleboro.
Okay, I think that's important for people to know addresses and where buildings are. If you don't have a building, to know the services that you can call or get to you. We're going to end with Lieutenant Woods to say one more thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to neglect the fact that a couple of things I'm very proud of in this town and our collaborations. P&P, like Justin being a former P&P customer, we have a great relationship with them, and we have kind of some really revolutionary programs in place where we're trying to intercept people when they get out of jail before they become an issue in the community and reoffend. So I think that's an important program to highlight. And Knowles and Kira, our relationship with HCRS, and there are 2 liaisons, not social workers, that the work they do, between Justin, Brian, Turning Point, Carly, and them, we're always able to triage and get somebody into the contact they need. And those 2 ride along with us directly. It's kind of a revolutionary program that we have in place. We've been doing it for years. you go to the Perry Conference in Boston and they talk about, hey, we got an idea, why don't we integrate social workers or liaisons with the police department? We've been doing it for years, and I think we have some of the best around that we work with, so that should be highlighted. And of course, Greg, and if this was 10 years ago, that would be the day that a police officer would drive somebody to the methadone clinic so that they could get their dose. But we've been able to sell it to the department because of our partnerships and the work we do. And the officers understand that bringing them to the methadone clinic, while it takes a few moments to do, allows us to get somebody possibly not to reoffend in the future.
Exactly. And I want to thank you guys and thank you all for being on the panel. And I also want to shout out to the fire department, Chief Howard and Chief Care, because we could not do this without them. And Billy coming on board has been outstanding. I also would like to thank all our support within our department, because I think people think the police department, they forget about my dispatchers who deal with these things. They're the first level of dealing with these horrendous things that happen in town. And I just always like to show my support and pride in them, as well as my officers who live in town, who care about this town, who have children going to your schools, and who are members of your community. So I just like to say, we are here, and we're here to do the best we can to help the community any way we can. Thank you.
So I hate to use the word discipline after lunch and around 1 p.m. as part of this day, but I'm going to use it right now. It's going to take a little discipline to take 10 minutes for the next question and not take a full break. So you're welcome to stand up and discuss the question, but please don't go far, because we have a great panelists that are ready to get started at 1:30, and I want to adhere to that schedule so that we give them their full time, okay? So with your partners, describe the biggest challenge in the community as you see it and one step that can help impact the current situation. I will note we're going in order over on these 4 Post-its with the questions, and I think some of you are going a little rogue. And so if you want to reposition your Post-its on the question they go with, that would be great. Okay, see you at 1:30.
Any good film has to have an editor, right? There you go. I hope so.
That's something. You can get her to talk.
Okay, we are going to talk about resilient and healthy communities, and I'd like to welcome the Executive Director of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, Kate Traskos, to help us with this conversation.
Thanks, Maggie. The last panel. So my name is Kate Traskos. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And our mission is to nurture and support downtown Brattleboro through community and economic development. And so why would somebody from the DBA be facilitating this panel? And I think it's because when you think about a healthy community, a resilient community, in my mind, downtown Brattleboro is the poster kid of resilience in this community. And I say that because I moved to Brattleboro in 2011 to attend this institution, the very weekend that Tropical Storm Irene hit this community. And just months before that, there was a devastating fire in the Brooks House. And around the same time, there was a homicide at the Brattleboro Co-op. So our downtown has been through a lot. And so here we are, fast forward to another point in time where it feels like we're holding a lot of tragedy in this community. And yet, I think that downtown continues you know, it's the focus a lot of times of the perceived problems are always focused on it. It's all downtown. If you read any of those Facebook groups, you know what I'm talking about. And yet we continue to rally and show up for each other over and over. So when I think about a resilient and healthy community, it's one that thrives despite challenges and actively works to support the well-being of its members. And some of the key factors I think that contribute to such a community are strong social connections, effective communication, accessible resources, resilient infrastructure, civic engagement, cultural diversity, multiple perspectives, the supportive institutions, and our adaptive leadership. And I think these are themes and points that we've heard throughout today, and we were going to hear some more of from this amazing panel, and I'm really honored to be a part of this afternoon. So briefly, I'll just introduce who we have over here. Christine Hazard is the director of the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships and is going to be talking about SASH, a Support and Services at Home for All program. Cassandra Holloway from Building a Positive Community. Marianne O'Byrne from Case and Oak Street Neighborhood Group. Laura Samus from the Community Safety Review. And Mel Motel, co-director of Interaction, Youth Services, and Restorative Justice. So I asked the panel to think about examples from their work of how they help to build a resilient and healthy community. And why don't we start with Christine?
Thanks. Hi, can everybody hear me? No? Yes.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Christine, and I think I know many of you, so I feel really lucky to be in this group, and I feel especially lucky to be on this panel of amazing people. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the Support and Services at Home program, and specifically about the Support and Services at Home for All program. So we call it SASH, and SASH started about 13 years ago. And it was specifically to support seniors and adults with disabilities. And over time, it really evolved. And it was a population health model framework that was used to keep people essentially living at home as long as they would like to be. And in that, it evolved to be called housing retention. And I think that housing retention is a lot of different things. But for the original SASH model, it was really for people who wanted to stay home longer, didn't really feel like moving into a different form of housing was what they wanted or needed, and really wanted to stay in our housing or their own homes as long as possible. And so this population health model came in with a coordinator and a nurse, and really worked with a lot of the community partners, many of you in the room, to support residents, but primarily with the resident at the driver's seat. So a population health model with the resident at the driver's seat, them deciding if they wanted to participate, and if they wanted to participate, how they would like to participate. And I will say that I started working in SASH about a little more than 12 years ago, and I worked with a lot of you in it, and I learned a lot. Because when I started, I was actually thinking I was gonna help everybody. And then it took me a long time to learn that I wasn't there to help everybody, I was there to listen. And then to have them allow me to help to connect them to the services that they need. And as time has gone on and I moved into several different roles, we realized that those services, while they're wonderful for families and seniors, they weren't addressing a lot of other people, mainly families or younger adults. And I don't know how many years ago, but Elizabeth Bridgewater from Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust and I had been talking a lot about this, as well as talking with Cathedral Square, who originally designed the SASH program. And we were fortunate enough to get to pilot this program right here in Brattleboro. And the nice thing about it is, while our agencies are similar, that we house people, we're different in a lot of ways. And so we were able to each pilot this program in the community and learn from each other. And it has been a big learning process. So this started about a year and a half ago through a congressional earmark. And originally we're focused primarily on health, And while we are still offering that population health model, we identified certain partners. So our key partners were HCRS, the hospital, Winston Prouty Center, and Turning Point of Windham County. And as we started to grow, we realized, wow, we're making a lot of referrals to SEPCA because that seems to be the initial need. And then we started realizing, wow, we're bringing in the retreat. Our mental health clinician came from the retreat, so we partnered with them as well. And we started to just really learn from each other. But the one thing we started to really learn from was our participants. So they started to tell us what their needs were. They started to be vocal about what they wanted. And then we started to really frame the program based on that. And I always, say to my staff, and my staff repeats this all the time, I don't think I started saying this, but whenever we start talking about stuff, we go, relationships, relationships, relationships. Our job is to build relationships. Our job is to build relationships with our staff. Our job is to have a relationship with our residents. And our job is to have relationships with all our community partners. And in building those relationships, the people who are on the ground, and that is not myself, I'm not doing that hard work, the people who are on the ground are there to build those relationships. So that when a crisis happens, or if something happens, there's somebody there that can step in as a safety net, that can say, hey, what's going on? You seem a little out of sorts. And that they have that trust already so that they can then connect them to whatever resources they need. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But we found that for whatever reason, many of our residents weren't accessing the vital, robust services in our community. I can't say why. I'm not entirely sure, but we knew that they weren't getting there. So by putting somebody within housing who can then connect them to those services and not, be the savior and put the cape on, but can say, hey, I know you, we have an interaction, I understand you a little bit. It can connect them to another community partner. It has made all the difference in this short term. And we're still continuing to learn from it.
Thank you. Who would like to do this?
I have a microphone.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Marianne O'Byrne, and I'm here as a representative of the steering committee for the Oak Street, Chase Street neighbors group. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay. Our group started in May of 2022 after a man with psych issues became kind of attached to our neighborhood and began wandering around in the yards. But then his behavior escalated so that he started breaking into sheds and he started breaking into houses. In a very non-malicious way, in a very kind of mixed up psychiatric way. He would go through unlocked cars and he was just scaring people in the neighborhood. None of us really felt like he was evil per se, but it was kind of frightening to have him in our private spaces. On speaking with him, it was pretty obvious that he had a very loose grip on reality. And a lot of us were just afraid he was going to go into somebody's house and he was going to get shot and killed because he wasn't on the right medication or because he didn't have the right structure to be in or whatever. But it seemed like somebody in our neighborhood was going to end up dead and somebody was going to suffer with being the person to have done it. Anyway, while reporting MISPA's repeated escalating behavior to a police officer, a neighbor was told that narcotics were being sold from an apartment just a few houses away. So it was like, oh my God, this is going on in our neighborhood. We didn't even know about it. And this is in Linden Gardens area, if you know it or not. So we decided that we would have a meeting with the people who were living in the area to decide how we felt about it and what we would be comfortable doing about it. A group of us, so we had this big get together, there was like one cake, everybody got this tiny kid little slice. And there might have been about, 30 people there at the time. Everybody had something to say. We realized that this is very ungainly, and we need to have a steering committee. So there were maybe 4 or 5 of us who volunteered to be on the steering committee, and everybody seemed happy with it. So once we got together, we started a letter writing and fact-finding mission. We contacted everybody who might be remotely involved, including the town manager, the chief of police, elected local Vermont representatives, state's attorney, fire chief, state police. We were just the blanket approach. We sent a certified mail to the owner of the property. We contacted businesses adjoining the property. And then we tried to start thinking outside the box. How else can we affect change in this one building? What about the insurance company? Who insures the house? Do they know that somebody's selling drugs out of his house? What about realtors? Do realtors have to tell people who want to buy a structure, oh, and by the way, there's a drug house right like over there. And what about, is the apartment up to fire code? Can we get a housing inspector in there? Could there be lead paint? Is there a leaking ceiling? Is there some way that we can just put the spotlight on this place, just have people going in there to make the people living there feel uncomfortable with being in our neighborhood? We met with everybody who was interested, certainly Tracy Schreiber. We met with our wonderful police chief who gave freely of her time and gave us practical advice, really made us feel as though we were being listened to. We met just the other day with Franz Reichman. As it stands today, the apartment is boarded up and we believe that there's no one living there. There's no longer late night traffic coming and going up and down the driveway. Things that made it easier for us is that this is a very established community. Most of the people living there have been living there for decades. We have parties together. We've had block parties, block walk the street. Our kids have grown up together. And that made it a lot easier. Most of us on the steering committee are retired with free time on our hands, meaning that we can meet with interested parties most any time. We also had jobs where our skills were valuable, and that they transitioned into valuable spots in the steering committee. Kathy Keller ran a dance studio, so she can herd cats. And Tim Kipp actually taught Vermont law at the high school, so he had a good idea of the laws. And then we also had a woman, Heather. She used to be an editor for a medical journal, and she's now a social worker. I practiced emergency medicine back in Franklin Medical Center. So anyway, it seems as though we've been successful. In retrospect, I wish that we had gotten more information from people younger than retirement age. But just a pitch out there, I think this is what retired people should be doing. I think they may not be doing a 9 to 5 anymore, but I think that they should be just keeping an eye on their neighborhood and pitching in to help out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, I'm Laura Stanis, and I use she or they pronouns, and I was part of the community safety review process in Brattleboro, which I definitely believe is an aspect of us being a very strong, resilient community to go through the community safety review process, where a lot of data was collected in this process. We heard from over 200 individuals in 25 organizations about their feelings around safety and their sense of belonging in our community and their ability to feel like they can access the supports that exist, and also feelings where people felt uncomfortable accessing some of the supports that exist.
Laura, can you speak up just a little bit or hold the mic a little closer?
Absolutely. I could also do this while I'm talking. One of the, I feel like, most important things that I learned as being part of the community safety review process was just really lifting up the voices of those most marginalized and impacted in our community. We did extensive outreach to reach out to get those voices into the community safety review, and I have it here and it's on the website as well, so we can still like go back and read some of this more qualitative data. There's also a lot of quantitative data in the report as well. And I think it's really important to remember that this process happened in our town and exists and we have the data, instead of trying to ask marginalized and impacted communities to share their stories again and again. So it's just a good reminder in this room, a lot of what I've heard other people talk about today relates to a lot of the work that was done in the community safety review. I am also part of a coalition of community organizers who started meeting this last summer to continue to implement some of the recommendations in the community safety review, which has also been really exciting work and also very collaborative, and we hope to do more collaborating with a lot of the people in this room. And I'll lift up a couple aspects of the review that I think highlight some parts of a resilient and healthy community. Some of what I really heard is a call for just meeting people's basic needs with housing and food, which has definitely been said, but also just a lack of truly voluntary mental health support and substance use and addiction support. And we've definitely heard of some programs that exist that are happening, but again, looking at some of the programming and thinking about some of the barriers that are still in place that people are facing when those programs are not working for everybody. Definitely peer support. It was really interesting to hear from Malika that there's only a half-time position in Brattleboro. That the peer support from people who have lived experience was definitely highlighted in the review as something that was really important for people in their ability to access support. And also more restorative justice and more training in de-escalation in neighborhoods and communities.
Thanks, Laura.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Okay, I projected with my voice in addition to whatever this is picking up. Thanks for sticking with us. It says it's 12:55, but I think it's really 1:55. This has been a day that's been really full, a lot of connection, a lot of learning, so thanks for holding on with us. I am here with, this has been said a few times today, Interaction, which is a new name for youth services, which the Community Justice Center came together with 3 years ago. So here we are, we're Interaction. I'm the co-director of our restorative justice programs. At Interaction, we actually have 3 different parts. We have youth programs, which we've been doing for decades, restorative justice programs with kiddos through adults coming out of incarceration, and we have a small but growing clinical department. So we do all these things at Interaction at 32 Walnut Street in Brattleboro and also up in Bellows Falls. When I was asked to be on this panel, I think the thing that brought me to it was this idea of neighborhood restorative justice. I've been talking to Jim a little bit about our neighborhood restorative justice work that is emerging, and it also relates a lot to the community safety review, which also happens to say we want to see restorative justice in neighborhoods. So I'm just going to talk briefly about a couple programs that we've been trying in this last year and we want to grow. First of all, probably a lot of people in this room by now know what restorative justice or restorative practices means, but in case you don't, it's not actually very lofty, it's quite simple. It's about solving problems at the level of relationship. So when someone hurts someone else or when there's a conflict in a community, we try to bring together people who are impacted to figure out who was hurt and how we heal it and what the next steps are. It is us taking responsibility for managing our own conflicts, how to prepare for each other, both people who have done hurt and people who have been hurt.
A lot of people in this room have been involved in some way or another, and we actually have 10 restorative justice staff and 80 volunteers. So this is a truly community-led effort here in Brattleboro and throughout Windham County. So the two programs I want to touch upon with this brief time are one really new program. Like Malika, we also have a part-time person that is doing community restorative practices work. And that means while a lot of our programs, people don't get to us until they've interacted with the police, come through the court system, come through probation, community restorative practices means you can call us and say, I'm having a problem with my neighbor, can you help me? I've tried talking to them, it's not working, can you help me? I've got someone who I've trespassed for my business, there was a commotion, it didn't go well, they want to come back, but I need to have a conversation with them so that I know things have changed, that it's going to be safe, and what a plan is for them to come back. And that's something that you can call us and we can help you with. They don't need to go to the police, they don't need to go to court. This is solving things at the neighborhood level. You've got a neighbor who's playing their music really loud at night, you've tried talking to them, both of you are having trouble coming to an agreement on that, we can help with that. And we think that's what helps build resilient communities. It's not just about repairing harm, but about building relationships and addressing things directly. One more program I want to talk about that has been alluded to a couple times is Project Connection Works, and this has also been going for about a year. It is a collaboration between us and HCRS and Groundworks. A lot of great collaborations being talked about today. Project Connection Works brings harm reduction, or it's a deepens harm reduction and restorative practices at Groundwork sites. So speaking to the restorative practices piece, we have a coordinator who is essentially embedded, we've been hearing a lot about embedding today, at Groundworks. And that person, Grace, if there's a conflict between residents, between participants and staff, they can reach out to Grace and say, can you help me work this out? I'm having this problem with someone, I've tried to do what I can, or I'm kind of afraid to talk to them, can you help? And before things escalate, ideally, or before things go sideways, we've got someone there to help people work it out. And sometimes even just talking to one person helps de-escalate the situation, or helps them realize, oh, I know what I gotta do. I'm gonna go talk to that person. And so Grace is also not just helping with individual conflicts, but she's been helping to start tenant councils at Great River Terrace out on Putney Road and the Chalet out on West Brat, neighborhood organizations where tenants, these are folks who have been homeless and are back in housing, are building power as a community to identify what the problems are in their community and to solve them. And restorative practices can be used there if there's a conversation that needs to be had on residents or with staff or with a community partner. We can help those conversations happen in ways that everyone can share their piece and everyone can be heard and focus on solutions together. So we really believe that restorative practices in this case is about helping keep people housed. It is about how do we deal with the problem before something gets out of control and we gotta ask somebody to leave. Or if someone had to leave, how do we welcome them back in a way that helps them succeed? So these are newish programs. We are super pumped about them, super pumped about the collaboration, and also want to put out there to echo what other people have been saying about peer support. One of the things that we do is we've had a participant advisory board, which are people who have been involved in Groundworks programs that help us inform what we do. So just want to lift up how key it is that people who have been there, done that, to say, here's what we need, or here's where I think you're a little bit off. It's a really key part of our program. So thanks for hanging on and listening.
Hi, so I am talking about the Brattleboro Area Youth Council, which is something that was an idea that I had as the state decided to create a youth advisory council for legislators. It's based on the Iceland model, and there was about 50 youth had created what they thought would be the best model for that. So I worked with Vermont After School. We got 20 youth back in March of 2022. For 2021, virtually. They all worked to create what would be the youth council. So I want to be clear about this youth council was not created by me, it's just facilitated by me. And so the decisions of how the model will be created all that was decided by them. So they decided to be the Brattleboro area, so basically the school district area, ages 11 to 21. We do provide small stipends, and that they would do like 2 sessions, so they would do kind of like half a year, school year, half a school year, and then in the summer, which we've decided the summer is too hard. So first year was really kind of creating the infrastructure of that and what would be areas that they would want to look at working on in committees. And also just to kind of, it was mostly more infrastructure. So this is the first year that they've actually really started to do things. So they created 3 committees. One is around shared power in schools, so that they can actually have voice in decisions that are made within the schools. The other is around career interests and being able to actually be part of the work field, and I also am expanding that to encourage them to be part of the civic engagement, especially now that 16 and 17-year-olds can be involved in decision making in the community. And the third is community safety. They did talk a lot about concerns around families that were had unstable or no housing, and that is something they really cared about. They just didn't really know what role they could play. So happy to have a conversation about that, because it's certainly an interest of theirs. But what you see behind me is something that a few of our youth created, and was kind of reiterated by the school youth council, which has 13 members, by the way. They are right now between 6th grade and 10th grade, but again, it goes from 11 to 21 years old. So we can have some more youth council members if anybody knows any youth. So this is basically mostly downtown Brattleboro, goes over to the high school, down Putney Road. The red is basically areas that they didn't feel safe. It's interesting, the football field was not safe, yet Sawyer's Field was. So there's a lot of drug activity happening, some kind of bullying, just some issues up in that area. For some reason, Sawyer's Field, we didn't get deep into that, was felt like a safe place. Because some places like the Social Justice Center, the club, the youth theater is in green, the library is in green. So we do have some greens in here. The reds are mostly parking lots, the parking garage, some the cannabis stores, which they were very much aware of. Just 2 places, not to out them, but conversations have been had around Avoid, because they have skateboards, which kids are very interested in, and piercings. They also have bongs and paraphernalia, so kids don't feel comfortable going in there because they don't want people to think they're going in there for the wrong reasons. So there's conflict there. The Indo Market is also another area between all the bars around there, as well as just the paraphernalia that they have in their window too. They say it's the only convenience store they can go to, but they don't feel comfortable going to those places. So that's kind of some conversations. And the bathrooms are kind of, the high school's bathrooms are kind of focused, and then they also had some of the stores. So they did notice like this kind of high promotion of like substance use is being a concern for them, as well as some of these public areas. And one of the things that they said that they felt there was 10 safe spaces, so they could leave, but 8 of those required some kind of registration to be able to access it. That was 2 places, which is a library, and I don't even know where the other one was that they decided that they could go to. Probably the Youth Justice Center, maybe I imagine that they could go to. But I know the Boys and Girls Club is really good at giving free, access, but we also have to have parents to fill out permission slips and such. So just wanting to let you know that those are some of the things that they're kind of the areas that they want to look at, and they would like to have a conversation with decision makers on. We don't involve the youth enough in our conversations that we have around this community. And I want to just share a few facts with you. So 25% of our high school students and 16% of our middle schoolers in 2021 saw some kind of violence in their neighborhood. 53% of our high school students, 47% of our high school students and 37% of our middle schoolers this fall said they did not feel safe in school. 45% of our youth in 2021 said that they did not feel like their mental health was good most of the time or all of the time. So this is another population that we need to focus on as we have these conversations. We have an amazing SAP, a student assistant professional at high school, Ricky Davison. He has an ALA-team program that he has. He also, along with Turning Point, has started an all recovery group, which has 12 kids using it. And he's served, sadly, about 1/10 of the students he has met with last year. He met with about 90 students out of, I think it's like 900 and something students. So this is an issue that goes beyond just what we're seeing in the adults. So I just wanted to let you know we have a youth council who's really passionate about being part of the conversation. So please let's not have it without them. Thanks.
Thank you, Cassandra. I want to applaud the work that all of you are doing to build healthy and resilient communities. And I think some of the things I heard that relate back to some of those key factors were relationships and social connections, communication, accessible resources, diversity and inclusion, and all of you are really modeling that adaptive leadership of meeting people where they are. I want to talk about this concept of neighbor, and I'm going to ask you to think about how, if we step away from our roles as being associated with institutions or organizations, how can individuals within our community contribute to building resilience and promoting health among themselves and their neighbors? And I just want to share an example from the DBA. You know, when we think about downtown, the business community is a large group that we haven't really talked about. And these are folks that show up every day and are down there. And out of the collaboration, the safety team that was meeting to address the issues downtown, some ideas surfaced around, how do we address that fear factor or the perception of safety, real or perceived downtown. And I think it came down to many of these folks are in it, but they don't have any of the skills of all of you in this room. They aren't human service providers, right? And so we've offered the business community access to mental health first aid. We have them do the de-escalation training from Morning Fox. We're going to be having folks from Interaction and Samba's group at the AIDS Project to come and talk about harm reduction and restorative justice, because I think giving individuals access to these resources and skills, they feel more, empowered to then really be positive actors in the community. So I'm wondering what you all think about what we can do on the individual level to help build this resilience.
Personally, I think it's important to know the people who, I've got a lot of voice. I think I do. I think it's important for people to know the people who live around you. I know we have a bit of an established email group around where I live, and people will send out emails, hey, I'm going to be out of town for a little while, just, if the door's kicked in, maybe we could check it out. I think just knowing the people around you is important, and I think it addresses it.
Yeah, the ICU.
Yeah, ICU.
Marianne wasn't here for the ICU this
Oh,
morning.
wow.
You're going to learn it, Marianne. You're going to start hearing it.
Yeah, and I'll just say a little on top of that. I think for the neighborhoods that we serve at Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, our neighborhoods have their own personality and their own culture, and they should evolve in their own ways. And we should be there to support them in that evolution and help them to bring in community partners if they ask for that. But we find that the more people engage with one another, the better off they really are. And that people so often tend to isolate because they're afraid of getting in trouble or interacting with their neighbor, or there's one neighbor who's very controlling, and but the more people that we can support in just getting out there and feeling comfortable connecting with each other, we see that it just something magical starts to happen when people start talking and start becoming feeling safe and comfortable in their communities. I think we do all this work, and the one thing that I think was the most triumphant thing that we saw in the last few years was this summer a resident said, we want to have a block party, and they organized it and they did it and they had an amazing day without any of our staff there, and I felt that was pretty much the proudest moment I had. And it wasn't because it's not that my staff couldn't throw a great party, because they can, but it was because, wow, that we've come a really long way, because 5 years ago, people were just closing their doors and didn't want to interact with each other because they were afraid of what could potentially happen. And it was a really big testament to the people on my staff who work so closely with residents, and for them to have this, and it was an amazing day. And I saw pictures, and I didn't have to be there. I was so grateful for that, and I was really thankful. And so I think sometimes it's just allowing people to build those connections and to recognize that we all have neighborhoods. They might not look the same, they might not feel the same, they might not, be what people categorize as a neighborhood, but they're all neighborhoods, and we need to really give our neighborhoods that respect and listen to make sure that we know what they're really asking for.
I want to underscore community relationships, being proactive, so that we can handle the light and the dark, right? We're not just coming together when there's a crisis, which we talked about this morning. We get together, we have those block parties, we get to know each other. But the thing I want to say, and this is probably preaching to the choir, as a lot of this is it's also, I think, about challenging ourselves to have the uncomfortable conversation with someone who's doing something we don't like. And it doesn't mean that if you feel unsafe, put yourself in a situation where you feel unsafe. But if you're like, this is my classic example, if someone is, pumping their music really loud, say in the middle of my workday, outside my window, because those guys really like to play music really loud and they're having a great time, instead of resenting them and not saying anything, or complaining to my boss to try to get my boss to do something, or proceeding, can I roll down the window and be like, hey, I also love Guns N' Roses. Also, I might assume, is it okay if you turn it down? And people will be like, yes, I'm so sorry, I didn't know, and I love that you love Guns N' Roses, right? So we make that connection. Maybe you want to keep it humorous if that feels accessible to you. But just I try to push myself, and I encourage us to push ourselves to just tell people how they're impacting you. Because so often we don't know. I don't know if I'm disturbing somebody unless they tell me. So when you notice those moments where you either want to not say anything, and then you're building this seething resentment, or you're I need someone else to solve this problem, I need the authority to take care of this, where are those sweet spots where you can take care of it yourself, where you can be that neighbor, which includes being hey, could you turn that music down, I'm trying to sleep. And I think, Kate, that's a lot of what you're trying to build with your folks too, which is how do we ourselves build the skills, just regular people, not people who are human services providers, to maybe do some de-escalation, maybe do a little bit of tough conversations, maybe do a little bit of oh, I know where you can, find the AIDS project. I think we can all develop that a little bit more.
Thanks, Mel. Yeah, I think being neighborly, right, is just that, looking out for each other and understanding that we are collectively responsible for building a healthy, safe, and welcoming community.
Yeah, and I think just adding, I think one of the things that's really beautiful that we have is things like the gallery walk, just to give you a little shout out for that, is that we also need to come together. just have fun together, so that when things do get difficult, relationships are already kind of established, and we see each other a little bit broader than the issue at hand. So I think that, and also, back to our young ones, what are we modeling as a community about how we are resilient? And part of that is just to lighten things up and have fun together and be playful together and create together. So that goes a long way. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, that's great. The last question I had before we can do some Q&A is about measuring progress. So we've talked a bit about data today. And when we think about improving the health and resilience in our community, what are some indicators that you feel we should prioritize?
I feel like a question that was asked at the community safety review was people's feelings of their sense of belonging in the community, and I think that that's a great indicator. I feel like if people have a strong sense of belonging here, they're going to feel like they can access the services that exist.
That's great.
I would say, a measure of what are the basic how many people have their basic human needs met? Whether that, housing, food, feeling like they have a safety net, how many people in the community feel that way?
Yeah, to the belonging, I think also the sense of feeling safe, and I think that there is a lot of just emotional sense of emotional safety, not necessarily physical safety. That again, like our youth council, all the things came down to sense of safety, and it wasn't a physical safety thing. It was just general sense of safety. So along with belonging, I think they go hand in hand, quite honestly.
Are there questions out here? Yeah, Robin.
Yeah, so when I was thinking about measures on the youth risk behavior survey, we asked youth if they feel like they matter. And I think that, so I've been working in the community like 30 some years, and today is such a great example of how resilient we are as a town, and that we are taking in people from all over Windham County and beyond too. So we are serving, beyond Brattleboro. And there's this BBC ad that keeps popping up on Facebook. What's harder to put out, stigma or forest fires? And it's a really good question. And we also talk about stigma as discrimination. And so I just, think about, like, we're talking a lot about doing sort of direct service work and working with the people impacted, but how we also have to work with our community and reduce that discrimination and stigma, and to let everybody feel like they matter and that they belong. And they may not be my neighbor. It might be somebody who's panhandling, and that we see them and that we acknowledge them, and maybe we give them money or we give them food. And just, so that's, and I just want to invite everyone on May 22nd at the library. We're having a conversation about harm reduction and overdose prevention at 6 o'clock with a partner of the AIDS Project, and the AIDS Project will be there too. And that it's just really important that we have these community conversations, and that it's not just service providers, that we help people understand. And one of the things that Caesar does is it gets Narcan out into every place we possibly can: libraries, theaters, businesses, Boys and Girls Club, art galleries. And it's so amazing to have those community conversations and to see where people are when you just mention Narcan, and either they're like totally accepting and understanding, or they're like, oh my God, I don't want that here. So we have a lot of work to do, and I just, wonder what people are doing. What are those conversations looking like in your work, and not just for the panelists, but how are we helping to humanize the people that are suffering, like they're suffering. I would not want to have to figure out where I'm sleeping outside every night. That's just so scary, But anyway, I think it's just great that everybody's here, and that we keep doing this work.
Thank you.
I have a question for Laura. You had referenced a lack of truly voluntary mental health and substance use services, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, that was one of the recommendations in the community safety reviews. People felt like there was more involuntary supports than voluntary, and I think that Malika's the peer crisis center that hasn't been created yet, but it's sort of in the pipeline,
would be one of the recommendations from the community safety report, because we saw that a lot of individuals were ending up in the emergency room, and if you went in on Friday night, you might not be able to be seen until Monday morning. So just long stretches of time where if you were in mental health crisis, you didn't have any other place to be except for in the emergency room.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo a little bit of what Mel was saying. I work in all of Windham County, and I'm meeting people in their homes and at the motels, and I think that people, and to kind of also echo Noel's, people want to be seen. And I think a lot of times, a lot of the frustrations that I'm hearing from members is that they're feeling like they're tattled on, or they're feeling like somebody isn't, why couldn't they have gone to me, or why didn't they say something to me? And so I think that that's just feeding a problem, and that when we can sit down with somebody and have a direct conversation with them, and I mean, it's something we all probably practice in our day-to-day life, but it is so important, and it builds such a monumental trust with somebody to be able to sit down and just have a kind of conversation. So thank you for that. Renee.
Yeah. So my question is, what do we do about sort of like real things that we see in our community and the perception that people have of our community? Because we're all immersed in it every day, and we see it, and we probably have a really good grasp as to what's really unsafe or not safe, or but the perception in the broader community is that Brattleboro is a really unsafe place to be, and that downtown Brattleboro is really unsafe. And even though you could go to Brattleboro and you could get whatever, to go into like Fort Apache, the Bronx. So how do we sort of, have that sweet spot, meet people where they're at, help people get the services they need, and keep our town, make sure that people have the real sense as to what's going on in our town. Because I think, we go downtown and we have people see what they want to see, and go to the transportation building and see what they want to see. So how do we kind of balance that real versus perception, and how dangerous are our neighborhoods? How dangerous is, to Chase Oak Street neighborhood versus other neighborhoods? And how do we sort of balance that?
I really appreciate that. I was thinking that earlier, Renee. So I think having the real data to that, like when they were talking about data, I think is really important, because I know like around the transportation center we have like the New England Youth Theater, and then the club is on like the other end of the transportation center. And one of our kiddos was saying that their parents pick them up and drive. And I was like, I'll just walk over there and get you. Like I don't feel scared per se on that street, but obviously families don't want their, because sometimes they'll go up to the kids and ask them for money, and so they have been approached, and so that has a bad experience. And all of a sudden the parents driving 15 minutes to drive them 500 feet. So I think that the conversations would be really helpful. So for not just our children, but everybody, to kind of really get a true sense of where, there might be areas we want to be more cautious, and where there's not necessarily a perception because people are congregating.
I would just say, and this is just based on opinion. This is just my opinion, but I feel that going downtown more often to do stuff is really essential for all of us to do. Like, it's really important for us to, I'll say, well, I'm going to walk to the library instead of driving to the library, or I'm going to walk around downtown because I like to walk, and I'm going to do that. And I think the more people who are out doing regular just things, it makes it less concentrated, so that you're seeing a lot of different people. You're not just seeing the one person who might be having a really tough day. You're seeing a bunch of other people doing stuff. So I would encourage people. I say this, I have certain, there are definitely people in my life who will say, oh, I won't go downtown. And I said, well, you have to, because if you don't go downtown, then nobody else does. And so we all have to kind of go downtown. We have to do stuff and walk around, and and maybe that's a gradual thing, but I think if there's more presence of adults walking around downtown, then I think our kids will also feel safer eventually. And I know that that's not a total fix, but I do think that that's a small thing that we can all start to, that's a
small proactive thing that we can all start to do.
Yeah. Regarding exactly what you just said, I walked down to the Latches Theater the other night. I get out of the movie, it's, I don't know, 7 o'clock or so, the early movie, and a man comes up to me, he jingles change in his pocket, and he asks me for money. And I'm like, really? It's dark out? I'm a single woman here, and you're hitting me up for money? But there were other people around, and that made me feel safer. There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, obviously, representing downtown, and I think that's right on. I mean, we need to be down there and supporting this community, and also making sure that the other narrative is shared just as widely. So every time you have a positive experience downtown, be sure to share that, because I think that the only thing that we often talk about the negatives, and we don't always highlight the positives. And so that's really, really critical. And I also think that a healthy downtown, a thriving downtown, it's the heartbeat of our community. And when it feels good and people are feeling happy about it, it ripples out. We all feel a little bit better. And so if we're only focused on the negative, that also impacts all of us. Any other?
Think about one more.
Yes.
I'm someone who hangs out downtown a lot. I love Brattleboro, but and I work with youth at Intercept. But I love the map of what the youth says and where they can go.
There's lots of green there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of places you didn't have to have special permission only. And my feeling is about downtown, we have a lot of empty space, and that if we can make a space for the community, have a gathering space of all ages, doing creative things, fun things together, have meals, like that to me is what we need. And bring the youth here to say how they want to, and that to me is beyond how we categorize ourselves here.
Yeah. Well, I'll hold myself accountable, and I will make a meeting with Cassandra and her team, and we'll get started on that.
Okay. That'd be awesome.
Thank you all so much. Maggie,
Yeah.
what's next?
What's next? Okay.
Thank all of you. Thank
Thank you all. Okay, we're gonna have one more discussion question. And following the discussion question, you can have a real break. And during that break, I gear up for our last hour of the day. So get any refreshments, use the restroom, walk around and stretch. The question that we have next is, with your partners, consider the one step that could be taken to strengthen resilience and health in the community. When you completed that question, put it up on the final poster right there, and then also take a few minutes to look at the answers to the other questions and walk around. I might try to spread them out a little bit. And come back to your seats for the rest of the afternoon at 3 p.m. So you have a half hour for discussion and for a nice break.
Okay, we're almost there. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us. It's been a long day. We're within a little over an hour of wrapping this up. A little under an hour, see how this goes. You'll see on your agenda, next up is a presentation by the Judiciary. And I want to introduce retired Superior Court Judge Kate Hayes. Who kind of give us an overview and introduce Scott as the consultant.
What if you were here?
Did we lose
You
him?
just stepped down.
Well, we'll wait.
But I'll start.
We'll let you go.
So, can everybody hear me? No. Yes? No? Okay, I'll spell out, which I can do. So just a little bit about me before I introduce Scott Akes, who is our social worker trained mental health consultant for the Judiciary. I've been working here for 20 years. I retired in August, but I'm still working part-time, and have gotten to know the community pretty well in this role as the Superior Court Judge. I spent the majority of my time in the family division, but quite a bit also in criminal division. In the last year, I was the presiding criminal judge. So I had an interesting year.
there was a lot going on in town, and it was my choice. I wanted to be in criminal for my last rotation. I knew I was retiring, and I've questioned whether that was the right choice, given how difficult the year was for all of us last year. But I think it worked out okay, and I'm glad I did it. In the last year, the Chief Justice established with the agreement of the entire Supreme Court a mental health commission, because he recognized that the judiciary has not always shown up to try to communicate with all of you. We have not always taken advantage of all the resources that are available in Vermont and all of our communities to make sure that people who come into court and whose primary issues are substance abuse related or mental health related issues are getting that help. And ideally, that if that's the primary issue, they're getting that help instead of coming to court at all. The Chief Justice has been a part of a nationwide group of judges who work with psychiatrists to put together models to try to improve how the judiciary in every state deals with folks who are struggling with chronic mental health and substance use issues. And he wanted to bring what he learned through that process back here. He established a commission. It includes folks from all of the relevant agencies, from the legislature, some judges, and I'm not sure it includes quite enough people who are simply folks, not simply, but importantly, folks who have lived experience, but maybe we'll get there. And we had a summit in September that included all of the folks on the commission, and many of you were invited, and some of you came. And one of the things that came out of that, we had two amazing peer support advocates and providers speak. And one of the things that came out of the summit was that we recognize that peer supports can be a really important aspect of an element that should be available basically at every point in the judicial process. And when I talk about the judicial process, I'm really focusing on the criminal process mostly. So the other thing that came out of it was that we decided to hire and have funding, got grant funding to hire Scott Akis, who's here now, and is our mental health expert. And he's going to, he and I and others in the judiciary are going to be offering similar communications and conversations like this one in each of our judicial regions. We're starting up north, and frankly, having been here today, makes me feel even more certain that we're starting in the right place, because there's so much going on here and so much movement towards better communication and for better understanding of what really is needed, that I want to come back in 6 months and you'll all already have done much of the work that we're hoping to do. And we're really going to be looking to tag along and to incorporate our system into the systems that you're already working so effectively on. And it's really been inspiring to hear everybody and to hear everything about all that's happening in the community already. So Scott's going to come up and tell you something about the model that we're going to be using, which is called sequential intercept mapping. We didn't make up the title, but we have to use it because it's part of our grant. So I'm going to explain to you a little bit about it. Scott is someone who, for a number of years, managed and was the chief executive officer of one of the major providers of residential therapeutic programming in Vermont, which I always knew as mostly Second Spring, but I think they had 2 or 3 other places. Many of you already know about Second Spring. Scott was that guy. He got a better job running a whole psychiatric hospital out in Colorado, and then he recognized he needed to come back to Vermont, and he's now here working for us, and we're very grateful. So, Scott.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So I am Scott Akis. I use he, him pronouns. And thank you for that introduction. I appreciate it. And also just a little bit more further back in my history. I was a therapist for 15 years, so a fair amount of direct work in this field. I have to say that in my work as executive director of collaborative services and collaborative solutions, I came across quite a number of our residents who were from the Brattleboro area. And so I got to know, even though I don't live in the Brattleboro area, I got to know the services and some of the great stuff that's happening in this community pretty well. Like, I saw the success stories, I saw the folks that were the recipients of the work of some of the people in this room, and people who are very closely related to the people in this room. And I have to say, like, it was super impressive. So I always knew that those services were available, that there was some great stuff happening in Brattleboro. And then just being here today, just, you can feel it in the room, that there's a ton of passion and investment in making this situation better. And also, I was touched by the comments about what's happening downtown, because yesterday I went to the movie at the Latches Auditorium. I stopped I parked in a public parking spot, and I just had a moment where the incongruence of going to this movie to talk about how we can solve issues having to do with substance use disorder, mental health issues, and watching the people's faces in front of me as I'm parking my car who are going through this and experiencing it. I just had a moment there where I had to swallow the pain that was involved in that. And it just tells me how much more work there is for us to do. So I just want to thank all of you for being here and for the work that you're doing for the community. So just a tiny bit about the Commission for Mental Health in the Courts, and that is that the charge of that commission is to provide for equal justice under the law in our court system. And if you think about that in the abstract, it's a little complicated, because if you feel like you're going to die if you don't go out and do something illegal, that kind of puts you it feels like a little bit of a different place than many other people may be in. So that's the one thing, equal justice under the law. And the other thing is to have our court system work well with people who have mental health issues. So for the rest of my time up here, I'm going to be using the term mental health issues in its broadest sense to also include people with substance use disorders. Behavioral health is frequently used as that umbrella term, but there's some problems with that. There's some stigma attached to that term, behavioral health, as if people chose those behaviors all the time. So we're going to use mental health to mean substance use disorders as well as mental health disorders. Okay, so the Commission its less abstract goals are to work well to improve how it works for people who have mental health issues, to also make less likely for there to be public safety issues related to people who have mental health issues. So that can go either way. The people who have mental health issues are frequently victims of crimes, and also the general public can sometimes be impacted by that. So those are the two main goals. Also, we have an issue with court overload, and with using sometimes our most expensive and intensive interventions when we might not have to if we could have intervened a little bit earlier. So what are the two most expensive and intensive interventions? On the criminal justice side, it's jail. And on the psychiatric side, it's hospital, right? So if we can avoid those two things, we're going to be doing all of those things. We're going to be improving the situation for the community. We're going to be improving the situation for people who have mental health challenges. We're going to be reducing costs. We're going to be reducing court overload. All of those things at once. So you can maybe start to see that the project that is identified by the commission, by the Court Commission on Mental Health and the courts, that project is really, really aligned with what's happening in this room today, right? So, so I really love how, I'm going to talk mostly about the sequential intercept model, but I really love how this whole experience, starting yesterday with the film, started so close to the heart, right? You could feel it coming in the movie screen, you could hear it coming from questions, the panelists on the stage, and then we come in and the very first thing we hear is, Knowles, I see you. Right? How does our heart meet someone else's? And then we go from that to talking about collaboration as the next panel. So we're broadening that out even more. And so now the next thing is, how do we actually do these things in real concrete terms? What are the specifics behind how we build collaboration, behind how we have one person's heart meet another person's heart at that right moment where it really makes a difference? How do we build those things? Well, we already have a lot, right? We have a lot of the building blocks. Are they aligned the best they could be? Are there gaps? I don't know. I don't know if any of us are 100% sure about that. I think we'd say perhaps there are gaps. Perhaps there are areas where alignment could work a little bit better. So here's what the sequential intercept model does. The sequential intercept model is a way of mapping out what we're doing currently by looking at each point at which a person might enter into the court system, criminal justice system. So starting with intercept 0, that's before there's any contact at all, right? That's like the crisis line, maybe initial law enforcement involvement. Then we go to, so that was 0. There's a story behind why they start with 0. But 0, and then sequential, intercept number 1 is things like pre-trial hearing and how people are the services and interventions that are available once they come into contact with the criminal justice system. And then you have, well, what about during trial? And then you have corrections, and then you have reentry, probation, parole. So you can see how that is sort of a natural way of mapping all this out. What are we doing in our community to help people not have to go further and further into the system? And some people may have to go far into the system, but anything we can do to short circuit that out into a healthier direction is what we want to do. So that's the whole premise behind sequential intercept mapping. So the plan is there will be some initial planning involved. There will be some meetings with stakeholders, culminating in a one-day experience. It's done regionally. So that will mean Orange County, Wyndham, and Windsor together, setting out the map for what's happening at each of those intercepts, and then asking the question, okay, is this how we want it? So it's driven, I'd say 100% by the communities that it's occurring in. And this is the sequential intercept mapping is more, I think it was a container that just sort of helps structure the thought process that the communities might want to go through as they're looking at what they're doing. Is there anything that they'd like to do differently? Is there any way that they'd like to twist or tweak something to ensure that it's aligned differently? So that is sequential intercept mapping. It probably will be in this area. We have not set it on the calendar yet, but I'd say it will be later than September, sometime after September. But keep your radar on for that. We're looking forward to being down here and doing that. My name, if you would like to contact me, if you have any questions, I can give you my email address. I'll pause a second in case there's a mad scramble for pens. So it is my name, so SCOTT dot ACUS. Scott Acus, COTT.ACUS at partner dot VTcourts dot gov. So Scott dot Acus at partner dot VTcourts dot gov. That is what we have today. Unless I judges would like to. All right.
Thank you. So next on the agenda is just in talking with folks as I've been in the community. I was kidding with Star. I figured out when I'm in town, instead of climbing all those stairs to go up to the town center to use the laboratory there, I found out that I could sneak in the library and only climb a few steps and use the restroom. So in talking with Star, she introduced me to Beth, who's a VISTA volunteer. And so Star, Jean, and Beth are going to demonstrate a project they're working on where they're starting to put into a catalog, I think is the word, right? I'm going to start. Into a catalog of all kinds of resources in town, and in the area. And in particular, one category of those areas are social services outreach. So Beth, with that, I'm going to let you have it. Star.
I knew it was a good idea.
Good afternoon, everybody. So you thought you were going to get through this day with no technology, right? You thought the screen was there for Cassandra's big sticky note. And really, here we go. So first I want to take Mel's advice and tell people how they impact me and impact us at the library. We are so grateful for everybody in this room and all the good work you do, because we could not do our work nearly as well without all of you. So there's no better place to be a librarian, and my heart vibrates for all of you. Also, several years ago, we held public forums and community forums, and what we heard from the community is there is so much good work going on here. Wouldn't it be great if we could catalog the community like we catalog the library? And because we always listen to the community, and because we are librarians who gather, organize, and disseminate information, we took on the challenge. And by we, I mean our fabulous reference librarian, Jean Walsh, and our wonderful VISTA person, Beth Johnson. So we never could have made this happen without VISTA, and so we're very grateful for that. Turns out it's incredibly complicated to do this and to build a database, which we all discovered working together. And it's like building anything that is of quality, probably that. We know that it takes a lot of care and a lot of time. And we're at the finishing stage now, so Beth, do you want to lead us through it? And do you need a microphone?
I think I do.
I think you do. Wait a minute. Here, this one I know works. There.
Thank you, Star. Hi, I'm Beth Johnson. I'm the AmeriCorps Vista at the library. I've lived in the area for several years, so I didn't move here for the job, but I'm super grateful to be at the library, where I witness a lot of collaboration and compassion every day. I'm going to sit down so I can stare at the database. My comfort zone. We are so excited to give you the quickest sneak peek of this project we've been working on for 1.5 years. We're calling it the Access Brattleboro Community Database, which has the acronym ABCD, which we are so happy about. So it is a database of community resources. Right now we have the structure of the database built, and we're at this first phase of our launch where we need it populated. And so that looks like local organizations submitting their listings. So we really want you guys to have control of the listings rather than us like pestering you to update them. And we're hoping we built a usable enough system that doesn't feel too hard. So we're looking at it right now. I'll just give you a quick little demo. We want it to be really searchable and also really browsable. So that means people can find things that they might never have come across without looking at this. So you'll be able to browse by categories. If you see the popular categories listing there, you can also search specifically by keywords or by more categories here. There's also filters for organizations that are accepting volunteers or accepting donations or are wheelchair accessible. We just want to make this the most useful type of thing we can. For us at the library, for our patrons, for the community, for you guys at your organizations. Yeah. So I'll just give a quick example. If someone was looking for tech help, and we just have a few like test listings in here, and you might recognize some of them, but don't accept that as your final listing. We just wanted to give you an example. So right now with tech help, we got 2 listings, and I'll just show you a sample of what it might look like. So we're encouraging folks to include images of their buildings if they have them to help people be able to find them a bit easier. Here's an example. We're really encouraging the use of tags to increase searchability. These are categories, but so we'll have a little description, and then we have a few required fields, but then there's a lot of options for extra information you can add. Again, we don't want to take a ton of your time when you're filling this out, so it's pretty basic. So we'll just show you a little bit more of what a listing might look like. There's maps. We'd love to include some public transit info, and then related listings to encourage that browsability and connection with more services that might be providing similar things. Here's a brief list of the categories. This isn't all the categories. This is just what we have listings in already. And then I'm just going to quickly show you what it might look like for you guys to sign up and add your listing. So right now, this is not live on our site. It's going to live up there in that blue bar under the word community. But with this first phase, we're hoping to email all of you a link to sign up, and then we'll be in touch about when it's available for the public.
What are those icons below going to be? Just a quick note on that.
These ones?
Those ones?
Yeah.
That's very good.
So we've collaborated with some of you in this room to create different resource guides that we can quickly pull up. If you click these icons, it's a PDF. These have been really useful at the library. We get a lot of requests for different services. So those will be there. And we'll stay up to date. So this is where add your organization's information is where you'll go to sign up and create a listing. And there's more information here about the project, maybe some burning questions. Yeah, that's where you'll sign up. And then I can quickly show you what it will look like to log into your listing. Jean, do you have anything to add while I type?
I guess one conceptual thing I will say is that we have categories that we hope will make it sort of browsable of kind of like general types of organizations. And then we're encouraging folks to add tags because you're the ones who know really what kind of tags are going to really ping for people. And we're just going to, we look forward to it kind of growing organically and being led by all the organizations that are part of it. And then the other piece is just that we're trying to figure out, among other things, how to provide FAQ information without like submitting you like a giant wall of little things. So we're trying to get the right level of support within that. But we'll get there. We'll get there, and we appreciate your patience as we let it develop.
Thank you, Jean. So this is your dashboard. You can see I created a listing for SEPTA, and this is where I would go to edit it. And this is where I would go to add a new listing, just to give you a quick view of what we're asking in the forms. It's going to look long, but again, it's only a few required things if you only have a minute. But it includes some things that you don't come across often in other resource databases like 211, including service wait estimates, so giving people an estimate of how long it will take for them to receive a call back or get in touch with services, some accessibility info, and other things.
And you can fill out as much, there are only a few required fields, and then fill in as much detail as seems useful organization-wise. I think another thing I would say about this is that we're envisioning, like those organizations like Beth just mentioned, SEPTA, where there's a lot of different programs within that have their particular identities, or maybe there's like a series of programs that have their own identity that should have tags. We're going to try to make ways to make sure all of that's included. So there may be a parent organization with sub-organizations, and the whole idea is to make everything discoverable. And then the last thing that occurs to me to mention, because it kind of came out of, Star was talking about when this kind of first came to us in the process of some long-range planning, is we want it to be really broad. So we want it to be for basic needs, and we want it to be for fun stuff. We want it to be for cultural enrichment. We want it to be neighborhood kinds of programs as well as larger, more formal programs. So that's the vision. That we have a Brattleboro flavor. I love it.
I think that's it from us. Keep an eye on your emails. Thanks.
This brings us back to this morning's panel of collaboration, coordination, and communication. So we're hoping that all of you will collaborate with us on populating this the database, and we promise to coordinate it, and then we will also communicate about it.
Thank you. Bear with me a second while I get to a slide deck here. So we're coming to the finish line here. Each summit, gathering, symposium that we've held, I've kind of used this slide deck. And I think as you think about what we talked about today, as we start getting to the finish line, there's been a lot of conversation between last night, the folks that went to the video, the film, and can you tell I'm getting a little tired now? To the film last night, and there's some things that came up, and none of this was scripted. And so I'm going to go through just a quick slide deck, something to think about as Brattleboro as a community decides to move forward on this conversation and other conversations that have been going on, and the good work that's going on in the community. These slides come from Team of Teams. It's a book written by General McChrystal, and really talks about the complexity of what we have to deal with, in the world in general. When you think about right now what's going on in the world right now, the complexity, we think we have tough jobs, sitting some of those national security jobs right now, thinking about what's going on in the world and how complex that is. And then you bring it down to a community like Brattleboro. These are complex issues, right? And I've spent a lot of time with many of you talking about the complexity here around these issues. And we all want to wave a magic wand and just say, okay, let's get that 200 unit housing unit up, and it'll make a big dent. It's going to take a while to do that, but it's going to take a great deal of work. And really, that's what these slides are about. Teams of team operating in a complex world. First thing I want to just touch on that is a big part of creating teams of teams. And the concept is that no single team, no matter what you're working on, and this came out today, right? We talked about this collaboration, coordination, communication. No one can do it by themselves. There was a time, 20, 30, 40 years ago, that maybe an organization could make a dent in a given area in their lane. But I don't care how good you are. This work I've been doing for the last year and a half in public safety, I don't care how good you are. You're not going to make a dent even in the lane that you're supposed to travel without collaboration, coordination, and a bigger effort. And it starts with trust. Now I'm going to get real, okay? I told you I've spent about 125 hours in this community. I've spoken to 60, 65 people. You're going to have to admit at some point that there's an issue around trust in this community. Just saying. It may be hard to hear, but I've heard it from people. I have a table rented in the window at the works, my table. I have spent a lot of time at that table, talking to a lot of people. And so what General McChrystal talks about is, do your team members have confidence in the people they work with day in and day out? Do you have confidence in them? Is that trust factor there? And the ability to build trust is critical, and the ability to strengthen collaboration, delegation, and the work that you all got to do. And if there isn't any trust, or there's mistrust between organizations, we can have all the symposiums we want, we can talk really nice to each other, but if that trust doesn't exist, the work is not going to get done. Remember, I'm a consultant now, right? So I give advice, right? So when I was commissioner of corrections, I couldn't talk about certain things. But as a consultant, I give advice. Common purpose. Do individuals and collective work have greater meaning besides a specific task or salary? This transcends beyond short-sightedness, or transcends beyond, like, what's my job? Is there a common purpose? I've had some folks say to me today, like, we're still struggling with, like, what safety is. Well, if you're still struggling, you don't have a common purpose. You haven't decided as a community what the common purpose is. And more importantly, you don't have a shared consciousness about what the issues are and how you're going to move forward. And so I'm not being critical, I'm being real. And it's not that you're not doing good work. You are. And I'm not putting down that good work. But a shared consciousness about what you want the outcomes to be. And that's where the piece around the data stuff comes into being. You know, I have a saying, I'm a sports fan, so, you know, I'm not really baseball, but football. You know, they keep scoring the Super Bowl for a reason, because it's not practice. It's for real. And they keep statistics. And, you know, Moneyball, if I remember Moneyball, the movie Moneyball, like when data came into sports big time, like, if you're not keeping score, how do you know where you're going? And do you have a shared consciousness about that? So, shared consciousness is an important piece. Empowered execution. It's got to take a relentless focus on outcomes to move where any community needs to go in this complex situation we're in. And I say this with a little bit of authority. I've been in the justice field now for going on 50 years. It's hard for me to say that, actually. Probably some people in the room probably think I've been here too long. But it is much more complicated today than it's ever been in order to bring to a community the work that needs to be done to support these folks that just are suffering in your community. And it's easy to just write that off. And so it's going to take relentless follow. And I know that
John's going to talk about it, and Todd Balos is going to get up and talk a little bit about steps forward. It is going to take relentless focus. And I know I heard that people are struggling as responders and on the ground doing the work. And fatigue is setting in, and empathy fatigue is setting in. And it's easy to get there because it's like the same thing over and over and over. And are we making progress? I'm just sharing with you this perspective that it's going to take a real focus to be able to figure out different ways of doing things. You know, as I sat today and listened, I really wonder how many meetings a month that folks go to. Think about that for a minute. You know, my career running organizations, I was the king of meetings. Hey, let's have a meeting. But you got to ask yourself, how many meetings do you go to, and what comes out of that meeting, and what's the outcome? And what are you measuring coming out of that meeting to know that you're making progress? So again, an empowered execution of a strategy is going to become, you know, as we hopefully continue to support you from the governor's public safety enhancement team. So we lighten this up a little bit. This is probably the favorite part of the book when I read it. Going from being a leader, or going from a gardener to a leader, right? And let me just bear with me because I know the print may be a little difficult to see. You know, from heroic leader to humble gardener, right? You know, the guy who wrote the book is a 4-star general, military guy, all that good stuff. He's talking about analogy of being a gardener. And, you know, the first step of any gardener is break up the hard soil. Gardeners routinely evaluate current operations and proactively make changes as needed, softening up the ground. So think about that for a minute in the work that you do. Plant seeds in the right place. You can't grow stuff if you don't plant seeds. If you don't plant them in the right place. It's kind of ironic I'm talking about this because I've tried probably in my life 5 times to start a vegetable garden. I can't make grass grow. So it's ironic that I'm talking about this, right? But where you plant seeds become important. That's the relationship piece that you all talked about today, is where you plant those seeds. Ensure that essential nutrients are available. You know, gardeners are ruthlessly prioritize essential tasks and then assure that they are resourced appropriately. A little bit more challenging, right, when we talk about resource appropriately. But again, going back to having a shared consciousness, do you really need to have all the meetings you're having, or can you consolidate some of that work? I hate to bring that back up again, but I was struck by listening to this group meets, and that group meets, and this group meets, and that group meets. You know, I love it. I've done a fair amount of hiring of executives at police organizations, and I love it when somebody comes in an interview and they spend 25 minutes talking about everything they're involved in. I was the president of this association, I did this, and I'm on this committee. And I often say to myself, when the hell do they find time to run their organization? So be thinking about these kind of things. Remove barriers that block light. Right? The analogy here is, and I've heard this a couple times today, and I've heard it from speaking with folks. Are we putting barriers up that are preventing folks from getting services, or even for us to work collaboratively, or cross-section? Are there artificial barriers that have been put up? And you know, the analogy is you've got to have sunlight to be a gardener. Set up regular cadence in water and weeding. And those are the other communities we've worked in. They're starting to set up. And Jeremy, I didn't forget you. I know I just texted you, said, I'm going to have you stand up in a minute. I'm just tired of going. We've set up with them and helped them through CRG and other resources set up regular meetings where they're presenting data to community partners and strategizing place-based data. You know, you heard Sandra talk about young adults. I met with her young adults a couple weeks ago. And I just love meeting with young adults because they're just so innocent, right? But they got some unbelievable ideas. They map where they think it's safe. I guarantee you, if I take Brattleboro's data and EMS data and lay it over the top where the kids say it's unsafe, guess what? You're gonna see that's where calls for service are. And so when you think about regular cadence of how you're measuring moving forward, and then finally, give the plant time and space to grow. This is not a 100-yard dash. Where we find ourselves post-pandemic, this is not a 100-yard dash. I'm not even sure it's a marathon. There are some enormous challenges in front of us. And that long-term stuff needs to be dealt with. But in the meantime, people are suffering, and how do you do those interventions that are most effective, right? And you need to give folks time, and give the systems time, and the challenges are enormous and it's complex. So I'm going out of my consulting role now, and I'm done talking about these kind of things. I ask you to think about this. If anybody wants a slide deck, we want to have to provide it. I'm going to leave it at that because I want John to walk through some steps about information that's written. But Assistant Chief Evans, if you could you came up to me at a break, and just wanted to make a point that I think is important. Do you need the mic, or are you okay?
I think I'll be okay. There was a lot at the last presentation at the table. There was a lot of concern about personal safety, just that I heard from the group and heard during the break. And just to give you some of our data on that, take it with a grain of salt. And I'm not giving you the always safe or always not safe, but I can tell you that consistently our data shows that we work two groups. One is crimes against people and crimes against property. So, and the way those break out is the property crimes is just property crimes. Personal crimes is crimes where you actually get assaulted, like physically hurt. So your chances of getting physically hurt when you're downtown, actually anywhere in town, by someone that you don't know is like single percentage point chance. It's very low. Not saying it doesn't happen, because it does happen, but it's extremely rare for you to get assaulted by someone you don't know. So like not a domestic, like you're walking downtown and someone just mugs you. Like exceptionally rare that occurs in town, and has been that way for as long as I've been here, and I'm going on 26 years. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Like things may be uncomfortable when you're downtown. You may feel uncomfortable. You may feel queasy. You may not want to walk somewhere by yourself. But just keep in the back of your mind when you're seeing stuff on social media, or when you're talking to your friends, or you're talking to your coworkers. Like there is that we don't have the data to support how some people think it is downtown. That's all. So property crime, different. Like chances of stuff getting stolen out of your car, pretty high if you leave it unlocked. We have very low rate of smash and grab. So if your car is locked, very low chance of things getting stolen out of it. Even lower if you hide things in your car. Don't leave like your expensive stuff sitting on your dashboard. But if your car's locked, it's probably not getting broken into, and you're probably not getting assaulted when you're downtown. Any questions? I'll sit down quick for there are.
All right, well, thanks, Jim. I kind of put the tap on me to try to talk about some next steps here. I thought maybe before we did that, I'd talk a little bit about all of this work, and I don't know if everyone got a chance to come around and see what folks put up here. Maggie said she's going to capture all this and can send it out, so if anyone's interested. But I think this is a good jumping off point for next steps. And I'm just going to read a couple of them on each of the things, but please come up afterwards if you're interested and want to take a look. When you first moved to Brattleboro, what words would you use to describe it? Proactive community that wants to make the world a better place. Weird, colorful, fresh, creative, hokey and welcoming. Vibrant, lots of variety, connection everywhere. Funky, alive, great downtown, gorgeous views. That's what I'm hearing when folks came to town. What words would you use to describe it now? World weary, but still working hard to make the community better. Gorgeous views, they're still there. We're trying to be everything to everyone without the needed resources. Frayed, fraught, fewer opportunities for engagement. Let's see, very disconnected, divisive. So some more negative things people are feeling now. Then throughout the sessions, we asked a bunch of questions. In the first panel, after that, there was a discussion about what is an example of collaborative work that has had an impact and why. And just to grab a few of the things here, HCRS care coordinator at library, community safety review process, CAC MDT. Okay. I don't get that. And there's probably some other things. Police liaison, let's see. Opening the seasonal overflow shelter. Knowles. Okay. So that's examples of collaborative work that's already had an impact. So the second question on the second panel was data points that could enhance decision making and deployment of resources. We have things like, let's see, some of these are hard to read, but data points that enhance better decision making and deployment of resources. Data from schools about ways the community could provide more support for families at risk. That's a great one. Community Safety Review has lots of data that uplifts marginalized voices and voices from the most impacted. Court data on release on conditions, bail, settlements. Community demographics overlaid with incident data. So some really interesting ideas there, I think, that we can start to build off on the data side. Third session. Biggest challenge in the community is you see it in one step that could help impact the current situation. Long-term sustainable mental health supportive living. Biggest challenge is poverty. It's at the root of every other challenge that we have. Poverty. Biggest challenge, too much focus on individuals as opposed to systemic problems, root causes. So that's a few of the things on the third question. And then the last one that we had was one step that could be taken to strengthen resiliency and health in the community. And I'm seeing collaboration, sober housing, talk to your neighbors, more people living downtown, go downtown more, repairing at the level of relationships. So lots of good things there. With that, I'm going to turn things over to Todd Delos to talk a little bit about next steps and ways that the state may be supporting our community, and then I'll wrap things up with you. Thanks, Todd.
How's everybody doing? Sounds about right. It's a long day, and I'm incredibly impressed at how full the tables still are for how much folks have gotten through today. Really powerful day, at least from where I sit. You know, I was scribbling notes and coming up with kind of summary ideas, and then everything I had thought of saying, someone said more passionately, more meaningfully, and more eloquently than I think I could. But the word that I really come out of today with is relationships. I think as you look at how an organization like Turning Point operates, and peer support models operate, and trauma-informed policing operates, and housing recovery operates, they all operate on relationships. And inherently, relationships are built on trust. And I think Jim has laid out a model that talks about how trust is built, but I think you all have developed multiple models that demonstrate trust. And one suggestion I might have, or just one thought, it's not even a suggestion, and I think this is something that has been around for a while, but I would highlight it in this moment, is the principle of reciprocity. I don't know if folks are aware of that concept, but it's the idea that if I give you something out of altruistic desire or a desire for increased partnership, it enhances the likelihood that you're going to want to reciprocate. And this work that the public safety enhancement team has attempted to do, but really fundamentally communities in Vermont are doing, and we attempt to enhance, is built on that principle of reciprocity, that concept that the police chief is going to share resources with community partners to expand community safety and community opportunity. That a housing provider is going to engage with substance use professionals in a manner that allows individuals a greater likelihood of success in moving into their own housing space. That a mental health or developmental disabilities provider is going to partner with the police as well to ensure that calls that come into an emergency space have the appropriate emergent response. So what are we doing as a state to support that work? What are the next steps, and frankly, what are the steps that are already underway? You know, I think through some funding through the Department of Health and elsewhere, the Department of Mental Health as well, and working on increasing some of the funding in this space, you know, folks like Knowles and other support workers from HCRS get embedded in local police departments, including the Brattleboro Police Department. That model, in my opinion, is one that we need to expand statewide, both within our statewide police force, Vermont State Police, and fundamentally as well within our local police departments. Those are folks who are out in the community every day, and it increases that reciprocity of training, social work, and law enforcement to improve our response to crisis across the board. You know, we talked a lot about data. Data sharing is another element of trust. And I think that data sharing that Monica's folks work on with the CRG is a really important piece. We saw it in Bennington as well, where once we helped go clean up the data, we saw a better understanding of exactly where the hotspots were. And I think that's work that will continue being funded by the Department of Public Safety to support the police force here and the community here to improve the data. We're also working on rolling out, again, the Department of Public Safety, technical assistance and a planning grant for Operation 2 Save Lives. And this is an organization that really helps create shared space between social service, human service providers, and law enforcement to provide the supports needed to meet individuals in crisis, to really focus on how we divert and deflect individuals out of the criminal justice system and into a treatment and care system that we hope, and that the data shows, has a greater likelihood of success. You know, beyond that, part of the PSAT work is also this consortium. So joining together with other communities like Springfield, like Bennington, to share. Hartford has also become involved. There are a couple other communities that will be invited in to share what works, to share models like Project CARE that could be helpful in other communities, and to learn from those other communities where we're being successful, how we're overcoming roadblocks and other challenges. You know, we continue, coming down here, of course, is really valuable to both see the community resilience, see the incredible power of this community. I mean, I think more than anything that I take away from today is how rich and strong Brattleboro is in the face of tremendous challenge. And it may not feel that way on the ground, in the same way that downtown may feel uncomfortable. And yet at the same time, I would say from where I sit, there are tremendous resources here and tremendous ability and opportunity. And we remain committed from the state level to support that to continue providing a response to this community, and as Jim says, to respond to that trauma. As Noel said at the beginning, not only is this about recognizing one another as humans in our community, and I think humanizing is probably one of the greatest forces we can provide one another, but also that real need, that trauma is how we respond to a challenging event. And as a community goes through addressing its own trauma, it is about a shared conversation, and it is about building that trust and really engaging with one another honestly. There's much more stuff I was going to say, but I'm not going to because it's 10:04, and I want to make sure John has an opportunity to talk. But more than anything, as I jumped in at the beginning, thank you for your time. This is but a moment of the time I know that this collective group spends on what is a really challenging issue. And that issue is building a safe and healthy community. And I applaud the tremendous work, and I look forward to continue hearing more about it, joining in, and supporting it where we can. So thank you for spending today demonstrating your commitment to this community. And thanks for having us.
All right, so I just have a couple of thoughts to wrap us up here. And I'll just start out by saying, I see you, Knowles, and I'll raise you a high five. So, not to use a bad poker analogy, but I thought I couldn't resist. So, next steps. I'm gonna use a quote here that some of you probably heard me use before, but it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me in this context that we're in, and that is from the novelist and editor Toni Morrison, and she had a saying that if there's a book you want to read and it hasn't been written yet, you must write that book. And that saying, if there's a book you want to read and it hasn't been written yet, you must write that book, I think is something that's said to all of us. Like, what do we want to do here, folks? I mean, do we want to get together and make this a great community? If we're going to do that, we got to write that book. So I want to invite you to help us all write that book together collectively. And people are already writing these chapters, as we heard so much about today. And, Kate Lamphere and George Karabakakis at HCRS, they're writing a chapter on this, the mobile crisis response into the community in a new way that people haven't done before, and it's outstanding. That's a chapter I want to read. Carly Schrade and Libby Bennett are doing a lot of things at Groundworks. One that really keeps hitting me is this outreach team and how they're in the community on the ground, and that's a chapter I want to read in this book. Kurt White and Eric Rosenbauer are doing it at the retreat, and Chief Hardy and Assistant Chief Evans, they're writing a chapter about the Brattleboro PD that it's a police department that people are getting on the wait list to be in that group, and that's outstanding. Chief Howard, Assistant Chief Keir, and Superintendent Fritz, they're writing a chapter on proactive in-community EMS, and that's outstanding. Kat McGraw and Becky Burns and others are writing a chapter on being an outstanding rural hub hospital. I mean, that's just an excellent chapter to this book. Chris Allen and Justin Johnson, they're writing a chapter about addiction treatment and sober living. Russell Bradbury Carlin, Mel Motel, and Casey Beato are writing a chapter on youth initiatives and restorative justice and interaction. Sue Graff and everyone at AHS they're writing a chapter on housing, mental health, families, all the things. Really comprehensive work. Elizabeth Bridgewater and Christine Hazard, and Chloe Leary, they're writing a chapter on stable housing for all. That's something that we all want to read that chapter for sure. Kate Traskis and Greg Lesh, they're writing a chapter on downtown business and safety. How do those come together? And there's so many others. I mean, I could go on. Those are the ones that came initially to mind to me just as I was thinking this through this afternoon. And I think we want to write this book about, we heard some terms like compassionate accountability. And starting to, how do you bring all these things that we're doing together? And it's about permanent housing and stable income for people who are in that housing so that it's sustainable and it's going on long term. It's about seeing healthy people everywhere in our community. It's about these positive things that we want to see. That's the book. That's what we want to write, and that's what we want to see. We want to see it now, and we want to see it sustainably into the future. So I think that I'm going to throw out a few suggestions here before we wrap up about how do we have a place to hold this idea of compassionate accountability? How do we write this book in a way that someone can actually read through it and understand what we're all doing? And so I'm going to propose three things. One is this data sharing approach that's been talked about a number of times today. And to me, that's the work that Assistant Chief Evans was talking about. How do we get this information to all of you so that we can all do better on a day-to-day basis? But it's also like the information that Bill was talking about from Bennington, which we want to do with the EMS. It's get that information out. And I was even talking to Star, what data at the library would help our service providers do better? It comes everywhere, and that's in great alignment with how the Brattleboro Select Board feels about data transparency and sharing information, and that's something that the town has made an emphasis on improving their website and all of our materials and everything that's out there all the time. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I think we need some sort of strategic level team to pull together, to write together, to pull this stuff all together. And that's a collaboration across sectors. It's a collaboration across all the silos. And it's a way to find that common purpose that Jim was talking about, or that shared, consciousness. What are we trying to do? What are we trying to do here? And are we getting that all aligned? And are we seeing the gaps? Are we seeing the overlaps and the things where maybe we're duplicating efforts? Are we seeing better opportunities? And are we doing things like celebrating the wins when we get them? Because that's going to help us move this thing along and get better and better. And then finally, are we holding each other accountable to the work that each of us are contributing to this process that we're going through? Then the third thing, the last thing, I think we need a place to engage the whole community. Everyone in Brattleboro, when I say Brattleboro, I mean sort of Metro Brattleboro, everywhere in our region here. And that's a place where this group can be accountable to the whole community. And, that could be something like maybe building on last year's community safety fair. I think that was a good start. We learned a lot. We did some good things there. And that could become a place where we update everyone about all the things that we're doing. And maybe it takes some of the elements of what happened here today. And that's a way for us to open up and share all the stuff that we're doing with everyone in the community who has questions and fears and concerns. And this is a way that we can build bridges back to the rest of the community that some of us never see or deal with. So I think those are my main thoughts. Three things is the data sharing effort, some sort of strategic level coordination group, and a community sharing, some sort of annual community sharing about what we're doing. I think that will drive the accountability. I think that will build trust among all of us and with the rest of the community. So I'm gonna end it there, but I did want to just open that up to everyone, and if anyone has any other ideas that came out of this today, I'd love to hear from you now, or any of us would love to hear from you as you think about it tonight when you're waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, yeah. And yeah, George.
Yeah, well, first of all, that was, I mean, the book. Well, first of all, it starts with the bear. I love the bear. And the book, it was really, I just really appreciate, how you present it, and really Jim and everyone. I mean, just the leadership and the collaborations, and it's just remarkable. And I do want to say that I just want to kind of, I don't know, put my hat in the ring or whatever in terms of that strategic piece, because I think it's really important for us to know where we're going. We have these amazing chapters, and yet it's kind of finding those themes that run across them. And I think from last night till today, through today, I mean, one of the themes to me is really making sure that the voices of people in our community and the voices of people that are impacted are really informing and guiding and directing us as we move through. And those themes, it is about compassion, it is about accountability, it is about all of those pieces. And I think finding those themes and breaking down the silos, ultimately it's relationship, and it's us, each and every one of us, me included, doing the work that we need to do to move forward. So with some real action steps, I definitely want to be part of that. So
thanks, George. Thank you. Liz.
I witnessed a lot of networking and the beginnings of collaboration here in this room, and I hope nobody thinks they need permission. They should just go do it.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Anyone else? Franz.
I'm going to expand on Jim Baker's garden model and say that before you break up the hard soil, you have to decide what kind of garden you want. And you have to know whether you're planting flowers or vegetables or something else entirely. And that's really something that I'm looking forward to happening over I don't know what period of time, is hearing from people like those of us here and others. And I'm going to quote Jim Baker again and say that when he came to the select board, he said one of the things we have to do first is decide what success looks like. So I want to hear from people. There are various ways that I can do that, various ways you can do that. I want to hear from people what success looks like. And I'll close by quoting the great Yogi Berra. If you don't know where you're going, you have to be very careful because you might not get there. So I'm looking for group guidance and direction. Where are we going? Then we can figure out how we're going to get there.
Thanks, Franz. Any last thoughts for the good of the order? Well, I want to say thank you to Jim Baker. I want to say thank you to Maggie Foley and to Sue Graff for putting this together today. I think this is a really great session. I really appreciate all of you and all of your time for being here today. So, thank you.